Hello, hello everybody, welcome on in. There's a lot of people here right now, yay! Hi Wolf, hi Mr. Dude, hello Muffin, hello Hangry. Welcome. What time is it? For me, it's almost 2 p.m. because I'm now Pacific time. So yeah, I stream at weird times now because my entire time has changed. Also, I need to talk a little quietly just because there are people that sleep. We've got a lot of people in this house and they have different sleep schedules for work. So, I'll get hype, but I'll have to be kind of quietly hyping with you guys. Just so I don't wake them. No screaming aloud. But yeah, welcome everybody. I hope you guys are having a good week so far. I'm glad that I could finally stream on a Thursday for you guys. I know it's been a while. Because I usually stream, you know, only Fridays. Because I've had a lot of busy weeks for the past month or so. But I'm here. Silent hype, yay! The silent hand clap. The golf clap. But yes, I really want to play this game, and I've been waiting to play it with you guys for the past month. We played a little bit of it on Friday, so if you missed the first episode of it, you can check it out. It'll be on my YouTube channel. But with that said, let's get started with, this is Square Enix's Paranormasight, The Mermaid's Curse, and apparently they made another game before this one that I didn't know they had. I forgot the name of it. I wrote it down and I can't find where I wrote it down, so there is another game though, so we might be playing that one later, depending on how this one goes, because I'm really enjoying this one so far. Alright, let me pause this music here, and I'll bring... Dude, the music for this game is phenomenal, like the opening music. Hold up. This music is crazy. It's crazy. Okay, let me bring you all over to here. Aha. Yes, the 7 Mysteries of Hojo, thank you. Or Hanjo, not Hojo. The 7 Mysteries of Hanjo is the first one they made, apparently, but I didn't know that they did. So, we might have to go back and play that one. Apparently it has a lot of lore that we're kind of missing out on. But that's okay. I don't mind doing like a prequel after playing this, because so far I'm just enjoying it. Yeah, let's take a look at it, shall we? Let me see, there is no continue game, so I'm guessing I just click start game. My immersion. Aha. Okay, so far we have met Yuza was the main character guy that we played as and started the whole game with. Sato is one of his friends that we got to see some of her past with one of her friends. And we also saw this lady. This lady is honestly the most interesting to me right now because she's like this investigator type lady that works with kind of the occult, I guess, is the best way I can describe it. Her thing is really interesting, so I think we're gonna go back to Yuza for now though. I do want to continue her thing sometime today, but let's see, I don't know which one to do here. I think we'll do this one and then we'll go here, because this is like the main story, and this is like a side memory thing that he wanted to have. So the game doesn't play in order. We started on this, I think? This one? And then it popped up this one and we had to go back in time. And then there were a bunch of different things we did that went like out of order. So this is really cool. I love the way that they do this weird storyboard that slowly pops up and it like makes you go back in time. Like her story thing, this is the current time, present day, and this is like in the past that she had. So it popped up when we were done with this one. It popped it up and made us go back in time with this lady. So yeah, it's really cool. I like it a lot. It's totally opened my brain up for like creative writing things. I like to write a lot, so yeah. And D&D and stuff, you know, or TTRPGs. Okay, let's do this one. Memories of the last summer, Yuza Minakuchi. The promised day arrives. After their usual morning dive, the group of 4 meet at the dock. August 8th, afternoon. Hey Azami, Yuza over here. Oh, Yuza over here. My bad. I thought it was Yuza saying I'm over here, but it was, hey both of you over here. Good timing. I just got back too. Well, Tsukasa, how did it go? This is their other friend, Tsukasa. Hee, not too shabby if I do say so myself. Check this out, 2 whole scallops. Seriously, Tsukasa? You don't get bragging rights for picking up 2 measly scallops. Sure I do. That was hard work. You should be praising me. Hey Yuza, how many scallops did you get on your first dive again? 125, I think? No way. Are you kidding me? I guess there's a good reason they call you the patron saint of diving. Aw, dang it. Now my cover is blown. That'll teach me to snag every scallop I see. Anyway, Tsukasa, don't let this get you down. You'll improve over time. Man, I've been diving way longer than you, but you're better than me already. Some people are just born to be ama divers. If you ask me, all that matters is that everyone made it back safe and sound. True. You always know the best thing to say, Sato. But for the record, I would prefer a bigger haul of scallops. Then we could have had a feast. I guess I should have seen that coming. Hey Sakura, welcome. Let me grab some water quick. Little thirsty this morning. So what's the plan for today? Remember, Tsukasa, it's up to you. Right. We promised we'd do whatever you wanted today. You name it, we'll make it happen. Hehe, that's more like it. Let's see. First of all, I want us all to go for a swim in the sea. Streak in the evening. You're streaking, Sakura? Damn. Damn! Unless it's on this channel, I guess it's okay. Oh, sounds great. Can't even remember the last time we did something like that just for fun. Right? I want us to forget work and just enjoy the sparkling sea for a change. I even bought a new swimsuit for this. You've got one picked out too, right, Sato? Oh boy, is this the swimsuit episode? Sure do. Then after that, when it gets dark, let's set off some fireworks. Ooh, fireworks. And then let's have a barbecue on the beach and cook up everything we caught today. Sounds like a plan. Just leave it to us. Everyone ready? Let's do this. Heck, there's a shark and it's coming this way. Better watch out, Azami. Aha! That was a close one, Azami. What the heck? I'm a good swimmer, but there's no way I'm good enough to outswim a shark. It's okay. I'll keep it pinned down. Just get out of here while you can. And here, take this fin as something to remember me by. Keep it with you always. Sorry, Yuza. I don't really dig shark fins that much. Irk, my heart. Look at the sea. It's like there are diamonds floating on the surface. It really sparkles, huh? Sure is pretty. Aw, that shark's pretty cool. I should have picked a shark instead of a life buoy. But he's having such a blast, I can't bring myself to ask for a ride on it. Hi, how's it going, Iona? Welcome. Awake in your time zone, yes. Imagine that. One grilled squid coming right up. Heck, don't throw it, it's piping hot. You're getting squid juice everywhere. Let's see how you like it. Touch this. Ow, 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 ow. That's hot. You did it to yourself. Hey, check out this huge sea snail Sukasa caught. It's massive. That's right, I may still be a rookie when it comes to scallops, but I got a haul of sea snails to make up for it. I don't have to imagine it's here. Well, welcome. Appreciate you. So eat up, Azami. Have as many as you want. Hey, can I borrow that lighter? Sure. Want some squid too? Oh, so I can just grill it directly? Yeah, that's Hamashima's specialty. Fireworks style squid. Wait, you're actually doing it. Ah, the juice is going everywhere. It burns. Oops, sorry, my hand slipped. There it is. The famous Yuza one-man show. Cute. So that was like their last summer memories, basically. Cursed. Yuza Minakuchi, summary of previous events. The residents of Kamishima are extremely against Yuza becoming an Ama diver. Yuza believes that the hidden secret behind his deceased mother, Mare Minakuchi, is the reason for this, and that it is also the key to finding the mermaid, so he begins a full-scale search. True, if there's any time to ask about your mom, it's now. I think we should see what Old Man Wakamura and Tsuyu have to say about all of this too. Yeah, assuming Gran agrees to talk about it anyway. Oh boy, where am I supposed to go? We're here at the jetty. There's a person here and there's a person here. Let's go here? Welcome back, Yuza. Oh, and Azami is here too. Thanks for having me. You two went out diving today, didn't you? How'd it go? You get a decent haul? Gran about that. I was all set to enjoy the next stage of my life as an Ama diver, but have found myself on forced leave the very day of my grand debut. Goodness, did something happen? Oh my, GA and the others said all that? If I were you, I wouldn't pay them any mind. You're not breaking any rules, are you? Oh, so, in the first day that we played, basically, people got mad that he was diving, essentially. Because he's, like, the child of an outsider lady that the town didn't trust. So for whatever reason, people are upset that he's decided he wants to dive because it's in this village, it's like a very prestigious thing to do, I guess. And so they don't like that he wants to be an diver. That's what this conversation is about, just to catch you up. You're sure it's okay? No point fretting over pointless details is what I always say. Grandmother Tsuyu Minakuchi. Tsuyu Minakuchi is a female housewife, 63 years old. Yusa Minakuchi's paternal grandmother and a former diver, born in the Taisho period. She has a relaxed and broad-minded nature, but her tendency not to concern herself with the finer details often makes those around her uneasy. Although now retired due to health issues, she was one of the best divers on Kamishima, especially in her younger days, during which she had a fierce rivalry with Chie Toyama, also known as Chie the Mermaid. Later years saw them reconcile, and they could often be seen talking and laughing together at the diver's hut while grilling their catches. She lost her husband in the war when her son Tosuke Minakuchi was 3 years old. That's sad. Oh, okay. Oh, she has a lot to talk about. The heck is Tsuyu's condition? Sorry I had to leave early today to go diving, Gran. Was everything okay? How are you feeling? Well, I didn't have much pep in my step today, but it's fine because Sato came over this morning. He really is a saint, always helping me out with the cooking and cleaning like that. Again, Gran, I know you're fond of her, but you shouldn't rely on her too much. I didn't know Sato was coming over to help out here. Yeah, she and Gran became friends recently, and before I knew it, she was coming over every so often. Sato is such a nice young lady. She even chats with me about all the latest TV drama developments. She's a bit naive in some ways, but she is a quick learner. Remembers everything I tell her almost instantly. Huh, I had no idea. Said she could relax here a while, but she left early today. I'm glad you're having fun, but make sure to thank her properly sometime, alright? Of course, of course. I'm always happy to help, you know. There's no need to depend on others so much. I know, but if someone has to help me get things done, I'd rather it was a lovely young girl, you know? That's funny. And besides, she does a much better job at cooking and cleaning than you do, Yusa. See, I do my best to be a good grandson, and this is the thanks I get. That's hilarious. Do you have any diving advice for me, Gran? Advice, eh? Let's see. If you're looking to get a higher score in a single dive, you should focus on gathering everything you can, even the small fry. Getting 10 or 15 will earn you a bonus to your final score. If you manage to nab a big catch, switching your focus to bringing in as many small catches as possible should net you a good result. I see. That'll be a great help. Perfect harvest. When using the harvest action, a perfect harvest may occasionally occur, instantly depleting your target. Oh, hi Phoenix! Welcome. Hi. How are you? It's a kitty tuber, yes. Hello. I am here today. And I should be here tomorrow too. Welcome. When using the harvest action, a perfect harvest may occasionally occur, instantly depleting your target's resistance gauge with a single act. The higher your diver rank, the more likely you are to achieve a perfect harvest. Earn stars in your gathering log. Information on your catches will be recorded in your gathering log. I feel like I've read all this. What's new? Oh, aim for a large haul. This is new. Gathering more than 10 sea creatures at once will earn you a large haul bonus. A total of 10 or more will give you 1.5 times your original score, and a total of 15 or more will net you 1.8 times your original score. Even if you can't find any promising catches, focusing on quantity over quality can still earn you a high score. You wouldn't happen to have any other diving tips for me, would you? Well now, bold as brass aren't we, but I'm glad you're keen to learn. Oh no, it's fine. No worries, Phoenix, I figured. Let me see. Sometimes you come across areas when diving that are simply brimming with sea creatures. I call them bountiful zones. Bountiful zones, huh? I'd love to see one. On the other hand, areas with lots of starfish are usually picked clean, with no sea creatures to speak of. I call those places barren zones. But the more starfish there are, the less sea creatures there'll be, got it. A whopper of a catch could still be hiding in the barren zone, of course. Always keep an eye on your surroundings. Bountiful zones and barren zones. Occasionally you'll encounter underwater areas teeming with sea creatures, known as bountiful zones. On the other hand, barren zones, areas with an abundance of starfish, tend to have been stripped bare, and sea creatures are few and far between. However, you might find some promising catches hiding in barren zones if you search closely enough, maybe. Okay, so if I see a lot of starfish, I should probably try to move on. That's what I'm getting. What is this game? It's a game made by Square Enix. It's about Ama diving and mermaid lore and kind of the occult stuff, and it's very interesting so far. And it's anime-esque style. It's pretty fun. So far I'm really liking it a lot. I do wish that they had voiceovers, because it would make it a lot less taxing on me to stream. But I don't mind reading either, so. Working as an Ama diver. I must have underestimated just how deep tensions ran. I never imagined they'd still be that hostile towards her. I thought things would have calmed down by now for sure. I'm sorry, Yuza. It's okay, Gran. Not being allowed to dive isn't the end of the world or anything. But are you sure there isn't a reason no one wants to talk about Mom? Well, no reason I can think of. I'd like to get to the bottom of things there if possible. It's going to affect my life here if I don't, and I'd like to clear Mom's name too. If you don't mind me saying, it does seem pretty weird that people would be this upset by Yuza coming back to Kamishima. Oh right, he left Kamishima to like go to school and then came back or something. And people are upset that he's back because he was the outsider's child, basically. You sure there's not some particular reason they don't like the thought of him going out diving? Well, no reason I can think of. The exact same answer as before. He's determined to pretend she doesn't know. Gran, I know you've always been reluctant to talk about Mom, but I'm not a child anymore. Isn't it about time you told me the truth? So how did your dive out in the bay go? The dive went perfectly. You may know me as only your grandson Yuza, but in truth I'm a living legend. Kamashima's patron saint of diving. Well now, that does sound impressive. I was going to leave it at that, but you're serious, aren't you? You've improved by leaps and bounds since I last saw you. Why, if I was to put it in numbers, you'd be rank 18. Wow, you can tell all that just by looking at me? Your gran's been around the Ama diving block, you know. There's nothing more I can teach you. You'll make a fine Ama diver, Yuza. Thanks, Gran. I'll do you proud as your successor. But I've been forbidden from diving for now, so it seems my life as an Ama diver will have to wait. No need to fret. I'm sure that'll sort itself out in time. I don't know about that. Your grandma is the same as ever, eh? Whatever the case, I'm happy you have chosen to follow in my footsteps, Yuza. Good thing I thought to keep Mare's outfit, eh? Yeah, but I don't know how I feel about being able to fit in my mom's clothes at this age. You never did get any taller after middle school, did you? Damn, has my constant diet of fresh seafood meant nothing? It's nothing you need to worry about, Yuza. Doesn't make you any less charming. He's a shorty. I like they're passing that off like, this totally isn't breaking the fourth wall, I promise. Yeah. I love when games break the fourth wall intentionally. You really can't think of any reason why everyone had such a problem with Mom? Well... Alright, I'll be honest with you. Mare wasn't actually human. Huh? You mean we were right? Are you for real? Wait. Don't tell me you believed that. Can't you boys take a joke? I was obviously kidding. Did all that seawater pickle your common sense? Wait, you were joking? Of course I was. I thought I'd mess around a bit and see if I could get a rise out of you. But you sure turned the tables on me. Turning a prank around on me like that. I have nothing more to teach you, young Yuza. Oh, and here I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. It's no good. He's set on giving the slip. We're not going to get anything more out of her like this. Maybe she'd be more willing to talk if we had more information. Okay, maybe I need to go get more info then. You've heard me say this before, but Mare found it difficult to fit in here on the island. The environment she'd grown up in was quite different, you see. She struggled to adapt to life in a small community. No other reason I can think of for the beef the others had with her. We're going out again for a bit, Gran. Got it. You two take care, okay? Alright, we need to talk to this guy first and then go back to her. Let me make a quick save. I don't remember. I think we're on this one. Okay. You two again? What are you doing here? Ack, TA is here too. This is the lady that for some reason didn't like that we were diving, basically. We're chatting about something important right now, scram. Guess we've got no choice but to come back later, huh? Okay, where should we go? I want to go to the town clock. Well, if it isn't Shotaro. Hey there, you two, just the men I wanted to see. You wouldn't happen to have seen Sato around, would you? Sato? No, haven't seen her today. She was supposed to meet with me earlier, but she never showed. She didn't show? Did something happen? Oh, I'm sure it was just because my old man's ridiculous request earlier. Honestly, I don't know what he was thinking. Still, he really has been acting off lately. I can't believe he'd say something like that. Is something wrong? Oh, pardon me, it's nothing for you two to worry about. By the way, Yuza, I hear you've become an Ama diver. Ah yes, but I was told to stop, so I'm currently on extended, if not permanent, leave. Oh, don't let it get you down. Or don't let it get to you. I, for one, think you should go for it. I imagine everyone's been using your mother as an excuse, saying she brought bad luck to the island, or some such. Wow, that's exactly it. Do you know why everyone keeps saying Yuza's mom was a bad omen, Shotaro? Ah yes, what was it again? Something about her being the Raging Waves curse bearer. The what? Raging Waves? Raging Waves curse bearer. Raging Waves is, well, exactly what you think it means, and the curse bearer has the power to call forth that calamity of the sea. My old man was going on about it earlier, but it's probably just superstitious nonsense. Don't pay it any mind. Ah, but I really should get going. Let me know if you see Sato, okay? See you later. I'm pretty curious about what Shotaro said. Yeah, the Raging Waves curse bearer, huh? Did people really see my mom that way? Maybe we should ask Mr. Wakamura what he knows. It's worth a shot at least. Anyway, let's keep moving. I'm gonna explore these other places and then go to him. See if we bump into anyone else. Seems like there's a bit of a commotion over there. Maybe they know something about the rumors, want me to ask? That'd be great, thanks. Hey, what's up? Did something happen? Oh, if it isn't Azami. I don't know if you've heard, but 15 minutes later. Welcome back. Man, once they get started, they never stop talking. Anyway, nothing about your mom, I'm afraid, but they did have some interesting things to say. Interesting things? Do you want the normal news first, or the worrying news? What's the normal news? So we've got a bunch of tourists visiting right now, as usual. But what's really got people talking is that there are 2 foreigners among them today. Oh, really? I hear the Ice Grand Shrine sees a lot of foreign visitors, but it's unusual for them to come to the outlying islands like. What's more, it seems they've been going around asking a bunch of questions. And get this. Apparently they said they've come here looking for mermaids. Mermaids? Curious, right? Yeah, right. Right when we were looking into them too. And that's not all. For some reason, they were asking about your mom, Mare Minakuchi, too. What? But why would foreign visitors be asking about my mom? Seems like people think they're pretty shady. I was told not to go near them and everything. No, I definitely want to hear what they have to say. I wonder where they are now. They're probably still on Kamishima at least. So the question is where? Well, I guess if we see two Westerners around, we'll know who they are, eh? Apparently they're an older man and a young girl. Yeah, I'm sure we'll know them when we see them. I hope we manage to find them. Let's hear the worrying news. Okay then. There are reports that 2 Ama divers have gone missing. Apparently both cases were around Ijika town on the mainland. Oh. Were they diving accidents or something? I'd guess so. It seems it's still under investigation though. The sea hasn't been that rough lately. But I guess it is a dangerous job. You never know what might happen. Still, 2 Ama divers going missing one after another is pretty unusual, so it does make you wonder. It wasn't that long ago there was all that talk of human bones being found in the sea near Toba, you know? I remember that, yeah. Isn't that also near Ijika? Maybe this is why Chie was going on about bad omens. Yeah, it's definitely worrying news. Okay, looks like that's all the info we're gonna get around here. Let's try going somewhere else. Oh, it's our friends again. Huh? Ah! Wah! Tsukasa? Sato, what's going on? Well... I'm sorry, I can't explain right now. Tsukasa, come on. We're drawing too much attention here. Wah! Hey! What was that all about? Something was definitely up with them. Yeah, they practically ran off when they saw us. Tsukasa was crying. What the hell could have happened? I'm worried too, but Sato said she can't explain right now. I'm sure that means they'll tell us what's up later. True. We shouldn't grill them if they're not ready to talk about it. Still. I get the feeling we probably shouldn't tell Shotaro we saw Sato here. Yeah, let's keep this to ourselves until we learn a bit more. Okay, let's go talk to this kid, maybe. Wakamura. Ah, old man Wakamura. You mind if we ask you something real quick? It's just one thing after another today, what now? Azami and the Minakuchi boy? I heard from Chie you two went out into the bay to do some diving earlier. Well, I've got a bone to pick with you, and there's no time like the present. Ah, okay. So boy, you serious about wanting to become an Ama diver? Huh? I thought at first you'd come up here to get my permission to dive. But now I hear you've been running around looking into Mare Minakuchi. What's the meaning of this? Irk. It's not what you think. We have been asking around. To be honest, we have been asking around. I guess there was no hiding it from you. Yusa, are you sure this is okay? It's probably best to be honest about things now, Azami. It's just like you said. We've been trying to find out more about my mom. Humph, I knew it. Anyway, my point is... No more sticking your nose where it don't belong. Got it? And most of all, no becoming an diver. The local magnate Shinobu Wakamura. So, if I give up on becoming an diver and fall in line, will you tell me about my mom? All this sniffing around you're doing sure ain't fallen in line, that's for sure. Besides, you should be asking Suyu about all this business, not me. She's gotta know more than I do. Oh? So Suyu really does know more than she's letting on. Fran said she doesn't know anything about my mom, though. Huh. So she even said that to you. What do you mean? Well, I don't know that much myself. Suyu's always been tight-lipped about Mare Minakuchi, where she came from, what her deal was. You've been saying Yuza's mom was to blame for that massive storm, even though you don't know for sure? Humph. Suyu ain't said nothing to deny it. Speaks for itself, doesn't it? Or don't it? Humph. If you don't like what you're hearing, you should go ask Suyu about it yourselves. About the Raging Waves curse bearer. Mr. Wakamura, what is the Raging Waves curse bearer? What? Where did you hear about that? Ah, it's gotta be Shotaro. Boy never could keep his mouth shut. We heard it some sort of curse that whips the waves into a frenzy. Does something like that really exist? It does. The Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago was caused by that very same curse. The curse of the raging waves? And your mother, Mare Minakuchi, was the one who brought it down on us. That storm was no natural disaster. It was entirely preventable. If we'd only stopped her from going to the bay that day, Kamishima wouldn't have had to suffer such a tragedy. What? My mom would never have done something like that. Just 'cause you don't remember don't mean she wasn't up to something out there. As to whether it was intentional or not, who can say, but it don't make a difference either way. I don't get how you can say Ms. Mare was a curse bearer or whatever if you didn't know anything about her. Do you have any proof? Proof. I've got the words of a trustworthy sorcerer backing me up. That's all the proof I need. The sorcerer? You're basing all of this on what some woo-woo wizard said? Give me a break. You can believe what you like. Don't change the fact that curses and spirits are as real as anything else. Ah, I don't have time to butt heads with you two, but I know what I'm saying is the honest truth. Looks like there's no point trying to change his mind. Old man's as stubborn as a mule. Do you really think there's a storm coming, and that storm is caused by a curse? Of course I do. Some fellas who said they were with the police dropped by to warn me about it yesterday, in fact. The police? Why would the police be warning you about a curse? I reckon they were just phonies trying to take advantage of the curse for their own benefit. But even you two must have noticed that rumbling coming from the sea over the last few days, right? That's proof the curse of the raging waves is getting stronger. That's why you've been telling everyone to stop taking their boats out and prepare for a storm. Sure is. Naturally, I can't just come out and say it's 'cause of a curse. There's no telling when or where it'll rear its head. It's too dangerous to go on the water in these circumstances. Even so, we'll have to take our boats out again eventually. We can't keep off the sea forever. You're damn tootin', which is why I gotta find a way to stop the curse as soon as possible. Why would a curse be affecting the sea around here, though? Seems like you two still don't believe me. Fine. Let's see if this'll change your minds. A long time back, there used to be another island to the south of here. Taishima, it was called. Taishima, this is the first I've heard of it. They say it was devastated by an earthquake and tsunami nearly 400 years ago. But the truth of the matter is that raiders overran the island and slaughtered every last one of the people who lived there. The murdered islanders' resentments gave rise to the curse of the raging waves, and the resulting storm and tsunami sank the island to the bottom of the sea, raiders and all. Is that true? That curse is still roiling about in the sea near here to this very day. Just one little push and that storm could come barreling down on Kamishima next. A push? Something that would awaken the islanders' anger again, such as someone with ties to those raiders, say a descendant of theirs, drawing near to where Taishima was. A descendant? Wait, you're saying my mom was a descendant of the raiders who attacked Taishima? Sure am, and as her son, you share her blood. But how could that? Only natural everyone would see you as a bad omen, no? I really didn't want you back on the island. You know, you should be grateful I didn't have you shipped back to the mainland on the next ferry. You're telling me that's how everyone's seen Yuza and his folks all this time? It's fine, Azami. Let's hear the rest of what he has to say. The curse of the raging waves. A curse that causes an outbreak of turbulent waves and violent storms in the sea around Kamishima. It is said that the curse was born from the resentment of the former residents of Taishima, an island once located to the south of Kamishima. Someone brought about its destruction. Some believe that several of the disasters that have struck Kamishima in the past were caused by this curse in some manner, including the Kamishima South Sea disaster that occurred 5 years ago. The person accused of bringing the curse to Kamishima was called the Raging Waves Curse Bearer, and was shunned by the island's inhabitants. Taishima, an island that said to have previously been located to the south of Kamishima. As it has long since vanished, it is sometimes referred to as Taishima or Island. No official records remain, and it remains shrouded in mystery, with knowledge of it preserved only in tales passed down between residents of the Aisashima areas. Legends say the island was besieged by someone 400 years prior, and the curse of the murdered islanders caused the entire island to sink. Are you saying the reason the curse of the raging waves reawakened is because I came back to Kamishima? Nah, there were signs even before you came back. So the direct cause was probably something else. That still don't change the fact you're a bad omen, though. Ah. How are you even planning to stop the curse? That ain't none of your concern. You just sit tight at home and stay out of my way. And I don't want to hear any more about you going out to sea, are we clear? And that's all I'm gonna say on the matter. Should be clear now just how much of a danger you are to the island. Now get yourselves home and stay put. Seems like that's all we're gonna get out of him. But maybe we could ask Suyu about what we heard. You might be able to tell us more. Alright, let's make a quick save after all of that reading. The plot thickens. Oh, was there something else you needed, Yuza? Yes, Mom's curse. By the way, Grant, we just went to talk to Mr. Wakamura, and there is something we wanted to ask you about. What was that? My hearing's been a bit off recently, you see? Please don't say that. A lot of divers have ear problems, so it's not really a laughing matter. Someone has no sense of humor. So, did you know that everyone thought Mom was the Raging Waves curse bearer? Wow, I'm impressed you managed to say that without stuttering. So you have heard of it before. Oh drat, me and my big mouth. He said Mom was descended from the ones who first called forth the curse, or something like that. And that's why everyone is so concerned with what I get up to. Is that true, though? Well, if you know that much, I suppose I can tell you too the truth. If I just rest up a bit, I'll be up and around again in no time. I want the two of you to come to the southern bay later, once the sun goes down. Right, thanks, Gran. You can't tell us about it now? I think it'll be easier to show you what I mean. Okay, we'll be at the bay at sundown, but if you're not feeling up to it, don't push yourself, okay? No need to rush now, I'll tell you everything later. You'll want to prepare yourself for this one. Okay. We're going out again for a bit, Gran. Got it. You two take care, okay? Not sure where to go now. Maybe we just go back to the other story. Right? I can do that? Or do we just go to the jetty? Oh, looks like Kikuko's back. Wanna try talking to her again? Yeah, let's give it a shot. What now? I've had my fill of shady rumors for the day, okay? If you want to talk, let's talk about something fun instead. Something fun. Got any ideas, Yusa? Well, how about this? Whoa. Boxes? About those boxes we helped you with just now. Was that the delivery everyone was expecting? Yep, the latest Kamishima merch, hot off of the presses. I thought so. What do we have this time? Heh, you wanna know? I'll bet Azami's keen to find out. He's always wearing that t-shirt. Sure am, gotta show the world how much I love Kamishima. Haha, tourists seem to love that shirt too. You wearing it all the time should make for great advertising. Anyway, the latest addition to our souvenir lineup is this. What is that? I don't know, but it's adorable. A hand mirror? Bingo! A specially made hand mirror with the Kamishima Maru design on the back. So what do you think? It looks great. Why did you go with another hand mirror though? Well, mirrors are a pretty prominent symbol of protection for sailors. Comes from the hope that the sea will be as smooth as glass, I guess. There are even regions where mirrors are used as offerings to the sea god. Oh, that's cool. With all these people living on the island and surrounded by the sea, I can see why mirrors are seen as symbols of good fortune here. And it's small enough to fit in your pocket too. It's both cute and practical. Wow, you really thought of everything, huh? I've actually been handing these out to divers around the island since yesterday. I told them it was a charm and that they should hang on to it for good luck. Oh, so everyone has one? That's kinda nice. Another way to bring us all together. You're an diver now too, right, Yuza? Why don't you take one? But I... Oh right, I don't know if it's okay to count you as a diver, given what happened earlier. Like it really matters. We've got plenty, so you should take one too. Aw, thanks. Sorry for the trouble. Got a hand mirror. It's no big deal. I don't want you to feel left out or anything. I guess that means Azami is getting one as well. Here you go. Wow, really? I'm always down for more Kamishimaru merch. Sure thing. Keep it safe and sound in your pocket, and maybe it'll keep you safe too. Hey Yellow, how are you? Welcome. Everyone else was really happy to get theirs too. Even your grandma seemed to like it, Yuza. Said she'd be sure to use it from now on. Really? I'm glad to hear it. Okay, what the heck are we gonna talk about? Everything. By the way, have you seen the 2 foreign tourists that were supposed to be visiting today? Wait a sec, foreign tourists here today? No way. What did they look like? Did they have blonde hair? Were they cool? I'm not sure. We don't know that much about it. I guess that means you haven't seen them either, though. Yeah, I guess they didn't come this way. Hey now, you two had better not be thinking of following them around to Gop. You don't want them to think we're all unsophisticated louts out here, do you? Weren't you just asking whether they were cool or not? I don't know what you're talking about. But if you see them, you'll come and tell me, right? Right? Okay, we will. Man, I sure hope I run into those foreigners before they leave. She's not even trying to hide what she really thinks anymore. You just got out of the Digital Circus movie viewing? Oh really? What do you think of it? Is it good? Was it a good movie? Did you like it? Did you go diving today as well, Kikuko? Oh, you mean that whole thing about how we're supposed to stay out of the sea? No one I know is paying attention to that. I took a boat out into the bay from the northern shore, but didn't end up with much to show for it. The Northern Sea, huh? Did anyone go with you? No, I went by myself. Why do you ask? No particular reason, just taking notes for later. I see. You're really serious about becoming an diver, huh? It'd be a real shame if you couldn't become one with that enthusiasm. I'd like to help, but the timing is really not the best right now. It's okay. Any information you can give me is help enough. Sorry, I'll keep out when things have died down. I'll help out when things have died down, okay? By the way, Yuza, how much practice did you manage to get in today? Enough to be able to do most things comfortably, I think. For sure. I can tell you've improved a lot just from the way you carry yourself. You must have a real talent for diving if you were able to improve that much in just one day. Wow, it's pretty impressive you can tell all that just by looking at him. Hey, I thought of a way I can show my support. If you manage to get a high score of 2,000 points in one diving session, I'll give you a special prize. Didn't I already? Whoa, isn't that great, Yuza? What was your highest score today, again? Let's see. I think it was 2487 points. Oh wow, you really did it. I sure did. That's amazing, Yuza. Guess you've earned yourself a prize. Here you go. Rare bird sticker. I found while diving the other day. Nice. Mockingbird number 5. What is it? The albatross boss. Yeah. Nice. You have found 5 mockingbirds. You can now access the mockingbird relationship chart? What? From the story chart screen. Lucky dog, I didn't think you'd get a new mockingbird sticker so soon. It looks like a rare one too. Oh, really nice. What? I'm gonna have to look at that later. Once you become a proper Ama diver, I'll tell you all the good diving spots I know. Okay. Let's talk about the missing Ama divers. Have you heard about the 2 Ama divers from the mainland who went missing? Of course I have. They evidently disappeared one right after the other. I guess it's a reminder of just how dangerous the sea can be. Hearing news like this is always pretty sobering. Do you think they were just accidents? Well, some of the other divers think it's a sign that something bad is going to happen. But you should probably keep quiet about this, Yuza. If you start bringing it up, people will get suspicious. That's probably true, yeah. Personally, though, I think they were probably just unfortunate accidents. The mockingbird sticker relationship chart sounds unhinged. Yeah, I'm really curious. Remind me when we're done with all of this reading. We have to see what the heck that is. I'm super curious now. Did like it without spoiling anything, I'd say waiting until it comes out online isn't a bad choice. Gotcha. Don't think you'll watch it and go, why didn't I see it in theaters? Gotcha. So it's good, not great. It's not one of your favorites, but it wasn't bad either. Hi Mew, how are you? How you been? Welcome. Mew Mew. Did you ever play this game, Mew? I feel like you would like it. Pretty good. I hope they're both found safe and sound. Okay, let's see. Underwater gathering tips. Do you have any tips that might help when diving? Hey now, that's basically asking me to give away company secrets for free. Oh no, I didn't mean anything like that. Just the basics would be helpful. The basics, huh? How about this then? Sometimes your foot can get caught in rocks while you're swimming, so you should always stay aware of your surroundings. So being too focused on your catch can get you into trouble. That makes sense. If you swim hard enough, you should be able to free yourself, so don't panic too much if it happens, okay? Thanks. I'll be careful. If I'm ever allowed to go diving again, that is. Where? Oh, beware the dangers of the sea. The sea is a dangerous place. There's no way of telling what dangers lurk in its depths. Be careful to avoid suspicious-looking places. If your foot gets stuck between rocks and you can't get out, keep swimming to free yourself. That's all I've got for now. If you want more tips, try asking Suyu. Alright, Kamashi Maru. Hey Tally, how are you? Good to see everybody again. Hope you've been doing well. Hi hi! Oh yeah, there's something I've been wondering for a while. Yeah? Were you the one who came up with the idea for Kamashimaru Kikuko? Her name is so hard for me to read for some reason. Kikuko. It's fun to say, it's just hard for me to read. Also this, I want this on a t-shirt, it's adorable. Or an emote. This would be a great emote too. Nope, I can't take credit for that one. Oh right, I forgot you didn't know Yuza. Know what? At one point the local youth organization was trying to come up with souvenir ideas for tourists. Tsukasa stepped up and suggested creating a mascot character for Kamishima, even drew the designs for it. Mascot characters are all the rage nowadays, you know? There are even mascots for the World Expo and Japan games. Oh, I see. So Tsukasa drew this. I only heard about it after the fact, too. I didn't know she was so good at drawing. And it's not just a cute little turtle. The unique look on its face makes a big impression. Yeah, the old guys here didn't seem too sure about it at first, though. But thanks to Izami's fervent endorsement, it ended up making the cut. I just didn't want Tsukasa's design to go to waste, you know? He put a lot of effort into it. Haha, I think it's a great mascot too, for what it's worth. How interesting, I'm glad I asked. They tell you at the beginning there's a QR code at the end to get a special merch first. Oh, interesting. Did you get the special merch? That's fun. I love this little mascot, dude. I would love to have a little, like, sticker or plushie or something. You got the code? Nice. A mascot character created specially for Kamishima as part of the local youth organization effort to boost the island's economy and strengthen the community. The design selected for the project was envisioned by Tsukasa Awao, a local high school student. As a symbol of Kamishima, it can be seen on a wide variety of merchandise. Golden shops on the island including keychains, flags, and hand towels. A surprising number of tourists have found themselves charmed by the turtle character's particularly sleepy expression, enough so that its merchandise is often in short supply. Yeah, it's cute. I love it. Might grab a shirt. Do it. Do it. There's a bunch of Kamishimaru merch now. Keychains, notepads, you name it. If you want any, just let me know. Curse of the Raging Waves. Have you ever heard of the Curse of the Raging Waves? Nope, never heard of it. What is it? Well, we went to talk to Mr. Wakamura just now. Wait, so you mean the disaster 5 years ago was caused by some curse? That same curse is going to cause the same thing to happen again? So it seems. The hell's he on about, trying to pass things off as some occult ripe? Don't tell me you two believe that rubbish. Well, it did seem pretty believable. Oh please, he's obviously feeding you a load of nonsense. I don't know if you two are aware, but there are rumors the old man's been really into this shady sorcerer recently. A sorcerer? Yeah, some sort of miracle worker over in Tokyo or something. Apparently he'll do anything they say. That's probably why he's going on about curses and stuff. Shotaro did say he's been behaving oddly recently. Even Shotaro thinks so? Then that's gotta be it. So it's just a hoax? You shouldn't pay any mind to that hogwash. Besides, doesn't it bother you that he's trying to pin the disaster on some sort of crazy curse? Oh, was that all? I'll be getting back to work then. Was that all? We've just been talking to her for like 30 minutes. Okay, I think I need to go to the story chart. Wait, from the beginning. I don't know where to go now. Do I just wander around? Where's my quests? Is it files? Not sure. Not sure where I need to go. I guess we just wander around until this lady says we can go somewhere. I don't think we're gonna get any more info here. Let's try somewhere else. Okay. We'll just go to each place and see what happens. This lady again. Chie. You two again, still wandering around poking your noses into businesses you shouldn't be. How's about you stop messing around and just give up already? Nothing you do is gonna make me change my mind. I'm saying this for your sake as much as anyone else's, Minakuchi boy. Try to understand my position, eh? For my sake? You managed to survive that disaster 5 years ago. Some would call it a miracle even. It wouldn't do to see that miracle go to waste, would it? Maybe I flew off the handle a bit earlier, ended up coming off a bit stronger than I meant to. I can't tell you anything about your mother, but believe me when I say it's best you let sleeping dogs lie. Oh, I almost forgot to ask, have the 2 foreign tourists come by here at all? Sure did. Just now, actually. What? You know where they went? Looked like they were headed to the lighthouse from what I could tell. The lighthouse, huh? Gotcha. Kamishima Lighthouse. The lighthouse on the eastern side of Kamishima, the narrow passage between Cape Irago and Kamishima, has long been known to be difficult to navigate, particularly at night. So much so that it has been featured alongside the whirlpools of Awa and the Ondo Noseto Strait in sailors' songs about the most feared waterways. Following its construction in the Meiji era, spurred by reports of warships striking reefs in the area, the lighthouse has continued to stand watching over the water of the island, ensuring safe passage to all who travel them. Don't go following them around just 'cause we don't see many foreign folks around these parts, you hear? Yay, we heard that 2 Ama divers from the mainland went missing in some sort of accident. You heard right. Do you think that's a bad omen as well? I do. I'm well aware just how dangerous the sea can be, but 2 divers getting caught up in accidents and going missing one after another, that tells me there's something off with the sea itself. Something's going on in the sea around these parts, mark my words. I said it before and I'll say it again, no diving. My stance there hasn't changed a bit, you hear me? Damn, guess that's that. By the by, where'd you go diving today? Well. Yuzu wanted a particular spot, so we went about 5 kilometers south of the island. Say what? What were you thinking, diving in the southern sea of all places? You've got even less sense than I thought. You know full well that everyone avoids that area because of the disaster 5 years ago. Yeah, I know. But Azami and I both lost family in the disaster too. We wanted to take the chance to pay our respects. Well, I can't say I don't get how you feel. But that strange rumbling I told you about is coming from the south. Just do me a favor and stay away from the sea, alright? Alright. Ain't gonna get nothing from me there. Mark her words. They've been marked with a check mark. The shirt's pretty fancy. Nice. I like fancy shirts sometimes. Depends how fancy, though. Alright. Sorry. Had to get comfy in my chair. Is this about how Yuzu's mom caused that curse? The curse of the raging waves or whatever? We already know. Heard it all from Shinobu, I'll wager. Do you believe in the curse, Mrs. Chie? Of course I do. At the very least, I know it's not some old wives' tale. I'm not saying you have to believe it too, though. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to talk bad about the woman or anything, but there was obviously something up with Mare Minakuchi 5 years back. He always seemed anxious and on edge, and then the disaster struck. Might be I'm just reading too much into it, but I can't shake these doubts of mine either. We all done here? You two should leave dealing with island matters to Shinobu from now on. Keep your heads down and stay out of trouble, you hear? Yeah. Well, that was something. She isn't a bad person at heart, but she sure is stubborn. Yeah. Make a quick save after all that. I guess we can go to the lighthouse now, but let's double check this place too. Guess no one's here right now. Yeah, let's try somewhere else. Did we have to go talk to this guy again? I think we did. Mr. Wakamura? No good, he's completely clammed up. I doubt we'll be able to crack that shell. Let's try somewhere else. Okay. Lighthouse, then. Oh! Oh, looks like we found them. That looks like them, alright. Excuse me. You rang? Do my eyes deceive me? Could these young islanders have come all the way here to talk to us? Welcome, welcome to Kamishima Lighthouse. There's not much here, but please make yourselves at home. Thanks for having us. Why is he the one welcoming us? It's because most people here have been avoiding him. He's excited someone finally wants to talk. Oh. Anyway, we were wondering if you could spare a moment to talk. Wait, before you do, shall we play a game? I want to guess why you've come to talk to us. May I? Sure. It's probably safe to assume you know we've been making the rounds here asking questions. Indeed. It was most likely hearing such news that incited you to climb all the way up here to meet us, which means... I've got it. We've almost certainly done something to offend the good people of this island, committed some manner of ill-mannered fox paws. Or faux pas. You must have come to tell us that the lighthouse is off limits to everyone else. Or everyone except authorized personnel. Actually, no. Ah, the bitter taste of failure, and thus does my stint as aspiring detective end in ignominy. I'd say that whole show was kind of a social faux pas, at least. Dude, I need that face as an emote. Someone needs to make a clip of that, and then I need to have somebody make me an emote of that. The beautiful face. Alright, good night, Phoenix. Sounds good. Thanks for hanging for a bit. Don't worry, he's always like this. He'll bounce back in no time. I see. He must be pretty resilient. Since you didn't guess right, do you mind if I continue? Oh ho, asking my permission, are we? Well then, by all means, permission granted. Thank you. Yes, my name is Arnav Barnum. You can call me Avi, as a sign of our newfound friendship, and also because I like it better. Tourist Arnav Barnum, aka Avi. Okay then, Avi. Ah, such a pleasing ring to it, and what can I do for you, young man? Would this girl be your daughter? Not quite. Ms. Circe Lunar Light here is a distant relative of mine. Yes, Ms. Circe Lunar Light would be me. Nice to meet you. Circe Lunar Night. I am Yuza Minakuchi, a resident of Kamishima, and this is Azami Kamoi. Nice to meet you. Yuza and Azami, eh? The pleasure is mine. Wait. Minakuchi. Oh ho, so we've piqued your interest, have we? I'm a fantasy writer by trade, with a reach spanning the Atlantic, from bonny England to vast America. Not that any of his books sell at all. That's right, for some reason no one buys my novels. Quite the mystery, no? Alas, a fantasy writer has no need for mysteries. What's that? I earn more as an occult writer, so that might as well be my main job now. Humbug, I say. Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax. I see. In any case, I'm just your average free spirit. Footloose, fancy-free, and all that. What's that? You're wondering if my bohemian nature is the reason I remain unattached and unwed? Humbug, I say. Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax. Oh my god, I love this character so much. You seem to be enjoying yourself. I am indeed. Why not give it a try yourself? 1, 2, 3. Humbug, I say. I'm good actually, thanks. Impressive as it is, I can see doing this pose 3 times might have been a bit much, yes. This guy sure is hard to keep up with. At any rate, I recently found myself with a pressing need to visit your fair country for research. Fortunately, young Circe here just happened to be studying in Japan and kindly agreed to accompany me as my guide. Your guide? Indeed. He is quite the enthusiast when it comes to Japanese folklore and occult phenomena, and such a pleasure to converse with as well. Aishishima is a deeply spiritual region, full of sacred places I'd always wanted to visit. We traveled around the mainland before coming here, but this place stands above and beyond. My nose almost started bleeding from the exhilaration. A recollection, finally. Past recollection chapter available, Arnav Barnum. It will unlock once all conditions are met. Interesting. In fact, I think it did a bit. You must have been really excited, huh? Is this really that special compared to other places? Of course, It wasn't called the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world for nothing, you know. The land whither what? What's this? You've never heard it called that? It's said that Yamatohime no Mikoto, the empress of ancient Japan, was searching for a suitable place to enshrine Amaterasu 2,000 years ago. She received a divine revelation that the waves around Ise province came from the eternal world, which led her to establish the... is it Ise? Might be Ise Grand Shrine. This eternal world is a separate realm from the world in which we live. Some describe it as a perpetual paradise. Whoa, you're gonna have to slow down there a bit. So, what does that mean exactly? We learned about it in our local history classes, remember? Oh, yeah, I think I remember, sorta. Basically, Ise is such a sacred place, even the ancient gods took a liking to it, right? Exactly. It has such an enchanting vibe. Just being here is enough to have my nose gushing all day long. But the residents wouldn't be feeling too hot if our noses kept bleeding all the time. One thing is for sure though, you seem to really like Iseshima. As a local, I'm super happy to hear that. Arnev Barnum, male, author, occult journalist, 40 years old. Nickname, Avi, a fantasy author and occult journalist whose books are published in both America and England, but they apparently don't sell well. Unmarried, he has apparently come to Japan in search of mermaids. Circe Lunarlight, female exchange student, 15 years old. A young girl from England currently on exchange in Japan. She seems to harbor an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. Will you be staying on Kamishima tonight? If you need somewhere to stay, I know a few places. Ah, we've actually already booked a guest house back on the mainland. We'll be taking the last ferry back after this. Oh, I guess you don't have much time left then, huh? So what brings you to Kamishima today? I'm glad you asked, Yuza. We were hoping to pick your brains on the topic as well. There wouldn't happen to be any legends concerning mermaids passed down on this island, would there? So you really are looking for mermaids? Oh, indeed we are. You know what mermaids are, yes? I refer, of course, to the mythical half-human, half-fish creature. Sure, we know that much at least. Ah, then I may be able to provide a modicum of additional information on the subject. Additional information? Well, you may be aware that the typical Western mermaid is envisioned as having the lower half of a fish and the top half of a human woman. Thought that this interpretation has its origins in another sea monster, sirens of Greek mythology. Their claim to fame is surfacing near reefs and bewitching sailors with their beautiful voices. Andersen's fairy tale, The Little Mermaid, is a famous example of this type of mermaid. Indeed, it caused this image to enter common knowledge. Yeah, that's what comes to mind when I think of mermaids too. A typical mermaid, right? Ah, but the mermaid that appears in ancient Japanese folklore is quite different. This mermaid has only the head of a human, with the rest of its body being a fish. It appears it was seen more as an evil spirit, or a yokai in nature. The legend that eating its flesh will grant immortality also implies that it was seen as more fish than human. Sure, that makes sense. People would definitely think twice about eating something that looked human, right? This isn't to say there's a difference in Eastern and Western interpretations of mermaids, mind you. One could rather assume that there are several different types of creature that can be encompassed by the term mermaid. After all, there were also reports of more humanoid or demi-human mermaids being sighted in Japan in later years. Different types of mermaids, huh? Personally, I think lumping the two under the same appellation is a mistake. After all, they're two different creatures that just happen to share the same trait of being half fish, half human. It leads to misunderstandings when conflicting stories get passed down, and then the whole concept gets treated as occult malarkey. I think I see what you mean. Listening to you talk about them, it sounds like you believe mermaids really exist, Avi. But of course I do. After all, I didn't come to research mermaids. I came to look for mermaids. Bum bum bum! This is all very compelling. Isn't it? I think this is the first time someone agreed with me on the matter. And that brings me to my next question. You wouldn't happen to have any local info on mermaids, would you? Unfortunately, I've never heard of any folklore about mermaids here. I see. That would align with the answers we've received to our other inquiries thus far. And it would seem our investigation has branded us as certified weirdos. Most everyone now turns us a blind eye as well as a deaf ear. Well, it's probably not just because of that. I mean, isn't there supposed to be a huge occult craze going on in Japan right now? I assumed everyone would be jumping at the chance to discuss cryptids. Pretty sure that's just a small group of enthusiasts getting worked up, a very vocal minority, yeah? Occult craze. Spiritual phenomena, the supernatural, aliens, cryptids, lost civilizations, extrasensory perception, the list goes on. Such unexplainable phenomena are quick to take on a life of their own. A plesiosaur named Nessie living in Loch Ness, sightings of mythical creatures like the Tsuchinoko or Hibagon, the urban legends of the Kuchisake Onna and Hanako-san, television reports of spoon-bending physics, documentaries featuring spirit photography and UFOs that become the talk of the school the next day. These are only a few examples of stories that have captivated the public's interest. Magazines specializing in paranormal phenomena continue to thrive with no end to the craze in sight. If you're that interested in the occult, what brought you all the way to Kamishima? You have a reason to believe mermaids could be found here? An excellent question, I do indeed. More precisely, I had reason to believe they could be found around Taishima, an island that no longer exists. Taishima. Indeed, I obtained this information through personal research, so I imagine it's not common knowledge. But some say there were 3 mermaids, Tobae, Nagame, and Hayase, living in the seas around Taishima 400 or so years ago. 3 of them, and you even know their names. We didn't even know Taishima existed until today. It seems a deliberate decision was made not to leave any records of Taishima's existence, which would obviously lead one to believe something is being concealed. On that note, did you know that records remain of several other sightings of mermaids in Issa Bay? What? Really? That's right. Legends about mermaids exist throughout Japan, and this region is no exception. In particular, there are reports of mermaids having been discovered in Sioux City and Issei City, both of which border Ise Bay. Whoa, I had no idea. I've jotted down some notes on these legends, so please take a look if you're interested. Ise Bay Mermaid Legend. The Mermaids of Betsuo. According to Kokan Chamanju, a collection of notable tales, old and new, an anthology of spoken stories compiled in the 13th century, 3 mermaids were discovered caught in a fisherman's net in Betsuo in Ise province, modern-day Nakabeppo, Kawaga town in Sioux City. The Mermaid of Utamigara, sorry, bleh. There are a total of 6 mermaid sightings mentioned in the Kagenki, the ancient annals of Oryuji Temple, covering the latter half of the Kamakura period to the Nanbokucho period. One of these entries describes a mermaid sighting in Futami, Ise province, modern-day Futami town in Ise city, in the 2nd year of the Enbun era, 1357. The mermaid was subsequently named Enmeiju, a name composed of characters affiliated with lawn life. Ano Town's Yaobikuni. Although the exact time period is unclear, legends tell of a girl named Osato from Kusawa in Ano Town, of Age District, who became immortal after eating the flesh of a mermaid and went on to become Yaobikuni, a nun who lived for 800 years. That's not immortal, though. Immortal means you never die. So if she lived for 800 years, that means she still died. Whatever. The 3 mermaids of Taishima. While this information is not recorded in any literature, according to Avi's research, 3 mermaids, Sobae, Nagame, and Hayase, reportedly lived on Taishima, an island said to have sunk about 400 years ago. Thanks, this is all very interesting. So which type of mermaid are you looking for, Avi? Well, it seems a lot of the mermaid sightings around Ise Bay were fish mermaids. Fish mermaids. But the mermaids sighted around Taishima were apparently the human mermaid sort. So it stands to reason that any mermaids around here would be human mermaids as well. By human mermaids, you mean the sort that are closer to humans than fish, right? Indeed. The ones closer to fish, meanwhile, are known as fish mermaids. Or that's what I call them anyway. I see. I don't know whether that makes it easier to understand or more complicated. In that case, mermaids whose flesh would make you immortal if you eat it would have to be fish mermaids then, right? Another fine question. It is indeed difficult to imagine people eating the flesh of human mermaids. But I personally believe that human mermaids also have the power to bestow immortality on people. Oh, I wonder. How about another refresher on myth and legend? Are either of you familiar with a place called Ryugu? Or Ryugu? Is it related to the Ryugu Palace that appears in the tale of Urashima Taro? Just so. It could well be considered the inspiration for the undersea palace in that familiar fairy tale. Whoa, I was right. Tale of Urashima Taro. Long ago, a youth by the name of Urashima Taro lived in a village by the sea. One day, upon rescuing a sea turtle that was being bullied on the beach, Taro was amazed when the turtle thanked him by inviting him to Ryugu Palace, the legendary undersea palace of the Dragon King, as a token of gratitude for his kindness. Ryugu Palace was a wondrous palace with a beauty unlike anything found on the surface world. The princess of Ryugu Palace, Otohime, received him with great hospitality. Taro spent his days treated to elegant dances performed by sea breams and flounders, and satisfied by extravagant feasts, spending his days as if in a dream. After spending some time enjoying this luxurious lifestyle, Taro began to miss his village. He asked Otohime for permission to return home, and although sad to see him go, the princess granted his request. As a parting gift, she handed him a mysterious box, a tamata bako. Tamatabako, but warned him never to open it. Thinking this strange, but agreeing to Otohime's request nonetheless, Taro accepted the Tamatabako and set out back towards his village on Turtleback. Upon reaching his village, Taro realized everything was different. The house he had lived in was gone, and there was no sign of his parents or anyone he had known. What he had believed to be just a short sojourn in Ryugu Palace had in fact been several hundred years on the surface, and the village and people he had once known were no more. Overcome with despair, Taro turned to the Tamatabako he had been gifted in a final grasp at home. As he opened the box, a thick white smoke engulfed him, and in that instant the hundreds of years that had passed caught up with him, turning him into an old man. Huh. Interesting. Oh, it is Ryu, dragon. The Ryu, dragon, literally refers to the god of the sea. It's not uncommon for deities associated with water to be serpentine in nature. This would then make Ryugu the palace where the god of the sea resides, the palace of the Dragon King. Huh, I had no idea Ryugu Palace was based on something else. Ryugu is known for being home to the priestesses who attend the god of the sea. These women are collectively referred to as Otohime. Oh yeah, Princess Otohime appeared in the tale of Urashima Taro, didn't she? Yeah, but she was described as the ruler of Ryugu Palace in the fairy tale, so she was actually a priestess? A slight embellishment to make for a more interesting story, I assume. Hardly uncommon. There's also another interesting theory about Otohime of Ryugu. It's said that they were half fish, half human women in appearance. In other words, they were mermaids. Oh. But what's that I hear you say? That's all well and good, but where is this Ryugu palace? This Ryugu place anyways? You want to know? You're dying to know, aren't you? Very well then. Take it away, Cersei. Ah, right. As a matter of fact, Ryugu is said to be the exact same place as the Eternal World I mentioned earlier. Whoa, really? In other words, the sea around Ise, which is said to consist of waves from the Eternal World, is in fact the location of Ryugu. And Ryugu is home to the Otohime mermaids, right? That's right. What's more, as priestesses who lived in a land said to be an eternal paradise, it wouldn't be that odd if they had some sort of power to grant immortality to humans. Even in the tale of Urashima Taro, Princess Otohime displayed an ability to influence the physical age of other people using the Tamatabako. Ah. If the story has its basis in the ability of mermaids to influence human lifespan, that power of hers makes a lot more sense, don't you think? I see. That's why you think human mermaids are able to grant immortality, even without eating their flesh. Oh, you see? Intriguing, is it not? But how would you even get to Ryugu? Aha! What creature was responsible for bringing Urashima Taro to Ryugu in the eponymous tale? That's right, a turtle, or kame. And what is the name of the island we're currently standing upon? Oh, Kameshima. And there you have the reason for our visit. Do you believe there might be some clue as to how to get to Ryugu hidden on Kameshima? Could Kameshima really have been some sort of link to Ryugu? Tales of Ryugu, the abode of the god of the sea, exists in every area of Japan, posited by some theories to be the eternal world of legend. It is said to be a perpetual paradise connected to this world via the seabed that bestows everlasting youth and unnatural longevity to those who live there. Some tales also equate Ryugu with the underworld, the place where the dead journey after death. The tale of Urashima Taro, about a youth who was invited to the seafloor palace of Ryugu, as thanks for rescuing a turtle, led to Ryugu's name becoming widely known throughout the country. In the story, a princess called Otohime serves as ruler of Ryugu Palace, but Otohime originally referred to priestesses serving the goddess of the sea, who presided over Ryugu. By the way, Yuza. Yes? You said your name was Yuza Minakuchi, correct? Yes, that's correct. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Mare Minakuchi? Huh? Mare Minakuchi was my mom. She passed away in an accident 5 years ago. Ah, I apologize for the indiscretion. My condolences. 5 years ago, You wouldn't happen to have inherited anything from your mother, would you? No. But what do you mean? Why do you know about my mom? Could she have had some sort of connection to mermaids? Ah, well, this is more related to my personal research, so I can't say for sure. Please tell me. I'm also looking for mermaids. If you know anything, I have to know. Well now, you've certainly grown lively all of a sudden. Let's calm down a bit, Regrettably, the only lead I have is a rumor that suggests some connection between mermaids and Mare Minakuchi. A rumor? From where? Oh, you want to know? Well, I suppose you would, wouldn't you? Very well, I'll tell you. I heard it from a descendant of the islanders who used to call it Taishima home. What? So someone survived the disaster that sunk Taishima and their descendants are still around today? Long story short, yes. Isn't it fascinating? This particular individual was also the one who told me about the 3 mermaids who were said to have lived on Taishima. I see. By the by, if you're also seeking mermaids, you must have some information of your own, yes? Surely this one-sided exchange of knowledge wounds your good conscience? Allow me to remedy that by accepting any information you have. Yuza. Yeah, this is our best lead yet. Let's share what information we can. You see, Oh, you were saved by a mermaid during the disaster 5 years ago. And you believe the mermaid in question might have been your mother? Yeah, I know it sounds pretty far-fetched. And I know some of it probably comes from me wanting her to still be alive. Oh no, on the contrary, I find it very interesting indeed. Why, you ask? Why? There's a rumor about one of the 3 mermaids who used to live around Taishima. They say she took on human form several decades ago and has lived among humans ever since. What? No way. That would fit perfectly with our theory. Haha, color me surprised as well. This is my surprised face, by the way. But it would be very interesting in if that was the case. Sorry, Avi, I think I'm at my limit. Oh my, that bad, is it? Is something wrong? My apologies. As much as I wish we could talk more, it would appear we're out of time. I'm afraid we must bid you goodbye for today. Now that you mention it, if you're looking to make the last ferry, you'll probably want to be heading back soon. Wait, this is the most promising lead we've found. If you could stay just a bit longer. Believe me, I'd love to continue our chat too, but the little lady has been feeling a bit under the weather ever since arriving here, you see. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You're not going to get another nosebleed. If you're feeling that bad, maybe you should stay for the night after all. Thank you. I'm just about holding the nosebleed in. But I really should get off the island as soon as possible. Ever since arriving here, I've had this feeling that some terrible calamity is approaching. A calamity? You can't mean... I forgot to mention Yun Cersei here is a bit sensitive to things in that sphere, if you catch my drift. Oh, okay, but... As reluctant as I am to part ways, we really must go. Many thanks for the information you shared, and never fear, we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yuza. I'm sorry, excuse me. Avi. You rang? If you happen to find any more leads on mermaids today, could you let me know as soon as possible, please? Oh, I didn't expect you to be all that interested. Very well. If I hear anything else, I'll be sure to let you know. If you could give me your contact information, perhaps? Thank you. Man, that sure was a stroke of good luck. I never thought they'd have so much info for us. We managed to learn a lot, but it seems like getting any more from them today will be a bit tough. I really need that information by tomorrow, though. Alright, I need to save after that. That was a lot of talking. A lot of reading. Now where do I go? Maybe I go talk to this lady again and then go back home? What's up? You wanted to chat a bit more? Just a bit more, yeah. Nope, she doesn't have anything. Oh, was that all? I'll be getting back to work then. Alright, let's go back home, I guess. Oh, was there something else you needed, Yuza? I guess not. Going out for a bit. I don't know where to go now. Back to this guy, maybe? Now that we've got more info? Mr. Wakamura? No good, he's completely clammed up. Okay. Not sure where else to go. Just keep clicking around until we find something. Nobody's here. Anyone at the town clock still? Doesn't look like anyone's here right now. There we go. Looks like the sun is starting to set. Why don't we go over what we've learned so far? Yeah, good idea. First, we learned that my mom was considered cursed by some of the islanders. Yeah, they said she was descended from the person who originally called forth the curse of the raging waves, or something like that. And because he thinks the curse is about to break out again, Mr. Wakamura is currently trying to find a way to stop it. Not everyone on the island believes in it, though. Ukiko and Shotaro didn't seem to believe in it at all, yeah? We also managed to speak with those two foreigners who were looking for mermaids. They sure were full of surprises. And there's also that rumor about mermaids living near Taishima, a nearby island that was destroyed, and that one of them assumed human form. I never thought we'd find something to support the idea that my mom might have been a mermaid. Whatever else we may have learned from this, the mermaid that I encountered 5 years ago may very well have been one of those 3 living near Taishima. We also got some hints about where those mermaids might have come from. Yeah, there's a good chance they originally came from an otherworldly place called Ryugu. If they're in a place like that, I don't see how we could ever get to them, though. What that girl said about a calamity approaching is bothering me a bit too. There's no way she should know about the curse of the raging waves, right? Do you think that means the curse is real after all? Oh. Azami, I just realized something. Yeah? If the curse of the raging waves is in danger of breaking out again, then wouldn't that mean its curse bearer is still around today? Oh damn, you're right. But your mom is, well, not with us anymore. Mr. Wakamura seems to think I wasn't the direct cause of the curse reappearing, too. Yeah, he'd probably be coming down on you even harder if he thought you were. So the person responsible would be someone who wasn't here 5 years ago, but is here now. Well, assuming the curse is real anyway. Yeah. Still, I really do wonder if my mom had some sort of link with mermaids. I hope whatever Gran has to tell us sheds some light on things. You mean what she's planning to tell us at the bay tonight, yeah? What's wrong? There's a bunch of noise coming from Chuo Street. I think I heard screaming. Let's go. Ah! 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 Why? Why? What happened? What's wrong? Tsukasa, what's going on? I don't know. We were just... But then Sato just... Yuza, look over here. Look over there. What? Ah! Oh shit. Sato, there's blood everywhere. What happened? She's not moving. Don't tell me she's dead. Sato just suddenly, but then she got cut down. Whatever it was, we gotta get her to the clinic. Wait, what's happening? Whoa! Sato, her wound is... The wound is gone. Huh? Nani? Sato. Sato? Are you okay? Sato? Whoa. What? What? Osato. What the? What just happened? What is this? Hold up, I need to save. What is this? Oh! A Mockingbird relationship chart. I don't know what this is. Best buds. In love. Bad blood. Question mark? What? The top troublemaker of Blue's brutal beaks. A gang of delinquents from Ave's academy who have recently been wreaking havoc throughout the region. Despite his cute snowball-like appearance, he's both fierce-tempered and ruthlessly territorial, and the force with which he flies at anyone who messes with the gang's turf is more like a bullet than a snowball. Can I move these? No. Okay. I'm not sure I understand the point of this, but alright. That's there. Shit. Do I go to the time to meet up? Because now I'm really curious, or do we go back in time? I think we're gonna do this first. Unidentified skeletons. With Yumeko Shiki. Yumeko Shiki arrives in Toba City, my prefecture, to investigate the discovery of skeletal remains with her assistant Dodo Kiryu. Date unknown. In the morning. Welcome, ma'am. I've been waiting for you. The site where the bones were found is a little ways offshore from this beach. You went ahead and started the investigation, I see. Thanks for that. Not at all. You clearing everything with local police meant all I had to do was arrive and inspect the remains myself. To get straight to the point, there's no doubt signs of a curse are clearly evident. So this is back in the past. Circe happens to be the name of the sorceress in the Odyssey who lives on an island. Interesting. Didn't know that, but maybe. She might be the sorcerer. We don't know who the sorcerer is. We don't know who the person who survived is. Yeah, there's a lot of questions right now. The skeletal remains are tied to a supernatural incident. Seems I was right to trust my intuition on this one. Alright then, let me hear the full report. Understood. Diligent and earnest young man, his mentor, my husband, has nothing but praise for his skills, so he has my complete trust. I know I shouldn't rely on him too much, but he is so good at noticing the finer details that I often find myself doing so. This is the town of Ijika in Toba City. The area is a historic place known for its ama divers. Oh, I know it well. It's also famous as the filming location of one of Japan's most well-known monster films. I wouldn't know about that myself, ma'am, but you seem unusually well-versed in that area. Those old tokusatsu films are the best. You should watch some for yourself, Soto. As you wish. I'll look into it. Ijika Town is a fishing settlement located within Toba City on the eastern tip of the Shima Peninsula. The area takes its name from Ijikajima, an island offshore of the region. It is said that the hollow in the center of the island was so reflective as to resemble a mirror, leading to Yamato Hime no Mikoto, giving it its current name, which is written with the characters for stone and mirror. The Ria's coastline is a particularly beautiful sight, as is well known as a spot to watch the sunrise. It is also notable as the filming location of the first entry in one of Japan's most famous monster film series, and sees many visits from fans as a result. Toba City, a city located on the northeastern tip of the Shima Peninsula, adjacent to Ise City and Shima City. Along with the city itself, the administrative area also encompasses 4 populated islands. The combined area of modern Toba City and Shima City was formerly known as Shima Province. Its coastline features one of Japan's most notable Ria coasts, and is renowned not only for its marine industries but also for its popularity as a tourist destination. Having originally sprung up as a castle town of the Toba domain, the years following the Meiji era saw Toba flourishing as the center of the Shima region, with an abundance of marine products available in its waters. It is also famous for being home to the highest number of active ama divers in Japan. There are many guest houses run by ama divers and fishermen along the shore, providing visitors to the area with the opportunity to enjoy fresh seafood. Anything else to see here? Does not look like it. I had already planned to come here to Toba in my prefecture together with Soto on another case, but the news of skeletal remains being found in the area caught my eye, so I sent him ahead to investigate. As expected, it turned out to be the result of a curse, likely a troublesome one at that. Okay. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh, talk. There we go. Forgot I could click on their face to talk. State of the sea. You can see the sea from here all the way to Kamishima. Do you sense anything out there, Soto? Yes, I do. The waters south of Kamishima are saturated with the powerful presence of the curse of the raging waves. I can sense it even from this distance, that's how strong it is. Is that so? Looking out to sea, I can't see a thing. I just hope this means we have made it in time. Even during the disaster 5 years ago, the energy was never this overwhelming. The sea has broken. There's no doubt about it. Or the seal. So it's already broken. Oh shit! Did I break it? Because I broke something when we were swimming down there. No, but this is in the past before that. But I did find something and, like, break something that was covering some sort of symbol on a rock. Interesting. Alright. So it's already broken. That isn't good. He still seems calm, though. Does the storm not break out immediately? Yes. Something seems to be holding it back for now. Excuse me. Oh, so there's a silver lining at least. It seems stable for the moment. We probably have 2 or 3 days of safety. And we've got a bit of breathing room. Perhaps there's still something we can do. I hope we can do something about the curse of the raging waves while it's still being held back. Yes, but despite all efforts, we still haven't found a way to lift the curse. We might have quite a struggle ahead of us. That's really the heart of the problem, isn't it? And we have no idea where your ancestors' keepsake is either. Ugh, I apologize on behalf of my family. Huh? Keepsake. To begin with, shall we review the details of the case? Is that really necessary? Summarizing may help us notice something we missed. Not a day goes past that I don't admire your diligence, Soto. My thanks. I'll strive to be brief. A few days ago, a fisherman off the coast here hauled up a lawn rod-like object. It resembled a human bone, so he notified the police. That was about 10 days ago. So he fished it up completely by chance. Following that, the police conducted an underwater investigation of the surrounding area. They discovered multiple skeletal remains in a fissure beneath the rocks. All the remains were already severed, severely deteriorated, with each being several years to several decades old. As a result, forensics struggled to identify the victims. There was just too little to go on. Only fragments of the skulls remained, though facial reconstruction was apparently not possible. Hardly surprising in such a state. Still, with your ability, we hardly need facial reconstruction, do we? Indeed. I'll report my discoveries shortly. You know, one possibility comes to mind. Will you humor me? Please go ahead. I wonder if those skeletal remains could be the victims of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster from 5 years ago. Regrettably, that is not the case. Oh darn it. Please don't sound so defeated. Forensics confirmed 5 bodies in total. But they said that each had decomposed over a different length of time. Oh, meaning they didn't all die at the same time? Correct. The most recent appears to date back 6 years. The others go back some 10 years before that, and another 10, and another 10, and so on. So roughly 1 body every 10 years. Indeed. I imagine that any older remains may have simply decayed entirely. Which means someone's been using that fissure as a place to dump corpses for decades. It's surrounded by rock, and with minimal currents in the area, it's unlikely they drifted there naturally. Had that bone not been fished up by chance, we'd never have known. In other words, it was an ideal site for quietly disposing of bodies. So this was no accident, someone did this. I imagine quite some resentment must have piled up over the years. Indeed, but I've already cleansed the lingering resentment in the area. Leaving such resentment to fester could lead to a curse manifesting after all. Efficient as always. My thanks. Multiple skeletal remains found resting on the seabed. Something smells fishy and I don't mean the bones. To be frank, I'd prefer to head home sooner rather than later, but it seems that won't be an option. There's one more point of concern that all the remains have in common. Go on. Each body bore a clean, precise cut, clearly severed. Severed? You're saying they were sliced straight through the bone. Exactly. Each was sliced down through the bone, all with a clean cut as smooth as the last. Forensics noted that reproducing such uniform cuts would be extremely difficult. Even with industrial equipment, such precision would have been unachievable decades ago. One possible explanation is that a master swordsman wielding a razor-sharp katana cleaved each of them in a single stroke. Yes, well, that would certainly explain it. But warriors don't exactly run around with swords in this day and age. Which brings us to the possibility of a curse, I suppose. Correct. If the cuts were made by supernatural means, the rules change. And as it turns out, there were traces of a curse at each of the severed points. It was just a matter of time until we found one. As for the briefest moment, I glimpsed a curse echo that looked like a warrior in armor. A curse echo in armor. Yes, judging from the crest on its armor, and given our location, it appears to be a curse tied to the Hike. Right, the Hike. Are you you are familiar with the Hike, I assume? Well, the Hike, I'm not too sure. The Hike were a branch of the Taira clan, a warrior family who rose to power at the end of the Heian period. From their base in the Ise province, they expanded their influence, reaching great heights under the Taira no Kayomori. But in their pride, they were defeated by the Kenji in what is now known as the Genpei War. Ah yes, of course, I knew that. The tale of the Heike preserved just now preserved just how prosperous they were before they fell. Many who lived through the downfall carried deep regrets. Their resentment is especially persistent. Many traces remain even today, and they can be quite meddlesome. Indeed, you hear about it all over the place. I guess even by expert standards, it's quite the problem. The Heike. Abbreviated genealogy. Okay. The Heike were part of the Ise Taira clan, which was itself an Ise-based branch of the Taira clan. a prominent samurai family of the Heian period, though the entire Issei Taira clan was greatly influential. Heike refers to the particular prosperous lineage of Taira no Masamori, Taira no Tadamori, and Taira no Kiyomori. Known as one of the most prominent samurai families of the Heian period, alongside the Minamoto clan, the Taira clan was originally based in the Kanto region. However, following Taira no Masakoto's uprising against the central government in year 935 and its suppression at the hands of Taira no Tadamori, the latter's son, Korahira, moved to Issei province, where he came to wield significant political power. This was the start of what would become known as the Issei Taira clan. 4 generations on from Korahira, Taira no Masamori consolidated the family's influence in Issei. His successor, Tadamori, was granted permission to enter the imperial court in 1132, eventually attaining a rank equal to that of nobility. The distinguished military exploits of Tadamori's son, Taira no Kiyomori, further led to Kiyomori's promotion to Daijo Daijin, Chancellor of the Realm, the highest possible governmental rank, in 1167. In 1180, Kiyomori's daughter, Noriko, married into the imperial family, and her son ascended the throne as emperor, enabling the Heike to consolidate their monopoly on political authority. I feel like I watched an anime related to this specific story or time period, because the names sound very familiar to me for some reason. Thus, the Taira clan came to dominate the political landscape of the time. Such was their wealth and power that one member of the clan is said to have remarked that all those who did not belong to the Taira clan were to be considered people of no position. However, this golden age of the Taira clan did not last long. Their arrogant rule and dictatorial grasp on power led to many turning against the Taira clan, and the stirrings of rebellion soon came to a head, with several prominent figures joining forces in a bid to overthrow them. In the midst of the resulting years of warfare, Kiyomori died of illness in March 1181. Despite losing one of their key members, the Taira clan continued to struggle against their opponents, but to no avail. In 1185, they were finally defeated in the Battle of Dano-ura, and many of its members, including Kiyomori's grandson, Emperor Antoku, who was still a child at the time, were lost beneath the waves of Dano-ura, burdened with unfulfilled ambitions. It is said that the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword, one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan, regarded since ancient times as a symbol of imperial authority, was also lost to the sea that day. After their defeat, the surviving members of the Taira clan, now disgraced as fallen warriors, scattered across the country and lived out their days in hiding. Even to this day, legends of Taira clan survivors persist in various regions across Japan. Interesting. What's more, the katana that cursed Echo carried. I believe it may have been the famed blade, Nukamaru. Nukamaru. Yes, a blade passed down through the Heike, once wielded by Taira no Tadamori. I see. It would seem your love of swords has proved rather useful here. So what you're saying is that these skeletal remains were cut and killed by the power of Tadamori's curse. I can't say it was Tadamori himself, but I am confident it was a curse from someone within the Heike. At the very least, it offers an explanation for those mysteriously perfect cuts. But the bodies being dumped every decade, surely that can't be the curse too, can it? Correct. I imagine that part likely involves further intervention by someone else. So this wasn't an accident by some spontaneous curse. There's a perpetrator out there. Indeed. However, I can't imagine any psychic with enough power to wield such a curse would dispose of bodies so poorly. My theory is that someone is using a curse stone. They are killing through its curse, then discarding the bodies. A curse stone. Think of it as a talisman that lets even those without spirit sense use the power of curses. They are created when intense resentment fuses with a suitable relic. That sounds dangerously convenient. There were a few incidents involving curse stones in Tokyo last year, actually, didn't you hear? Oh, now that you mention it, that somewhat rings a bell. A type of curse tool that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on the spiritual power and characteristics of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under the influence of the Feast of Shadows, a spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. So in short, whoever is behind this possesses a stone imbued with the Heike's curse. They use it to kill someone roughly every decade, dumping the body into the sea. Yes, that aligns with the evidence. Thank you for the summary. And now there's this curse stone imbued with the curse of Heike. This whole thing is turning into quite a headache. Even with so little to go on, Soto deduced all this. Pretty impressive. I'll have to remember to give him kudos later. Now then, about those skeletal remains. Were you able to use your shotgun, Soto? Yes, I did. It only worked on the most recent body, though. The one from 6 years ago. By viewing part of the remains, I was able to reconstruct a portrait sketch of how he looked when he was alive. Here is a copy. I've already provided one to the police as well. Impressive. That ability of yours remains quite the asset. Not always. There are times when the vision just doesn't come through. It's far from infallible. Besides, there are those who could simply speak directly with the victim's spirit and ask who did it. Even so, none of these methods would hold up as admissible evidence in court. But as a lead in our investigation, it's more than enough. Excellent work. Thank you. We had the police compare the sketch against missing people from 6 years ago, but no matches were found. Darn, would have made things much easier. Detective Ide is continuing the investigation. Ah, the detective with the local police. I've heard he's good, so let's hope he proves it. Koba seabed skeletons. Encased in A case in which multiple human skeletons were recovered from a deep fissure on the Toba seabed. The initial estimate indicated that at least 5 bodies had been disposed of there. The following information has not been made available to the public. Victims' identities unclear. All victims are male. Each body is thought to have been disposed of at different times. The most recent body dates to about 6 years ago. Facial sketch of this individual obtained using Soto Kiryu's Shogun ability. The other remains show signs of gradual aging, with the oldest dating back more than 30 years. Although the presence of older remains has also been confirmed, they have completely decayed, and it is impossible to tell how old they are. It is unlikely that the bodies could have drifted into the fissure naturally, so it is thought that someone has been discarding them there every few years. Each skeleton shows a sign of a clean, precise cut inflicted by a sharp blade. Traces of a curse were also detected from around the severed sections. The victims are believed to have been killed by a curse wielded by someone connected to the Heike. Okay. Hey Soto, that sketch of yours. Maybe we should show it to some of the locals. Ah, good point. Someone might recognize him if they were around here 6 years ago. If we can identify the victim, it could help us trace the one who used the curse. I guess we can't just leave things be now that we know there is a curse involved. Honestly, I'd rather not deal with it. There you go again. Are you sure that's something you should be saying out loud? Obviously not. I just want to get this over with and go home, that's all. Yes, yes. We all know how much you love your home. Ma'am, behind you. Behind me? Behind me? Hello, woman? Who's that? Just someone from town passing by. Ah, she bolted. Soto, after her. On it. Hey, stop! Let me go. I didn't do nothing wrong. I've apprehended the suspect. Good work. Sorry for the rough handling. Mind helping us out a bit? Humph. What were you doing here? Why did you run? What? Don't get smart with me. You're the suspicious ones sneaking around and poking into things. You think folks won't be wary with shady types like you wandering through town? Ah, I see. Sorry if we gave you a scare. We're with the police. Nothing shady here. You're with the police? Seriously? You heard about the skeletal remains found nearby, yes? That's what we're looking into. Shh, you don't look like police. Say, you live around here? There's something I'd like you to take a quick look at. Do you recognize this face at all? We believe he may have been around here about 6 years ago. Huh? Nope, don't know him. I see. Then could you point us in the direction of someone who might know about people coming and going in town? No idea. Ask whoever you want. Can I go now? I've got nothing to do with this. Don't know a thing. Alright, sorry for holding you up. That lady is weird. Yeah, what a peculiar woman. Agreed. It was like her mind was somewhere else entirely. Well, either way, we should talk to more people in town. Agreed. Also, could you ask around and find out who that woman is? Of course. Several hours later. Ma'am, I've learned a few things. Excellent. Let's hear it. We split up to ask around town, but all the leads I found didn't actually lead anywhere. I'm just not cut out for this kind of legwork. He didn't so much as flinch at the thought of tedious door-to-door investigation, not to mention he's good at it. Having him here is a huge help. The port and town center are down that way, so this area is technically the outskirts. It's a quiet town, so a stranger loitering here would definitely attract attention. That's a good point. Alright, what else is there to see? Oh! I found another mockingbird. Let's go. The Maverick Manny. Anything else? Nothing else? Alright. About the woman. I also asked around about the woman we encountered earlier. Apparently she isn't originally from this town. Oh, is that so? Indeed. Apparently she wandered into town about 5 years ago. She's been living alone in a cheap rental apartment on the outskirts of town ever since. When she first arrived, she had nothing but an old wooden box, which she was clutching as if it were very dear to her. Nothing but an old wooden box? Supposedly, she used to work as an ama diver. Around when she first moved here, she'd occasionally go diving for fish. But these days she keeps to herself, and no one ever sees her diving anymore. No one really knows how she supports herself, and many of the islanders find her unsettling. Perhaps she fled from something and moved her life here. That was suggested, yes, but she has never spoken about her past, so no one knows for sure. Although according to her landlord, she has never been late on rent. And she's never caused any problems either. Still, it seems odd she'd get so worked up about strangers coming to town. Doesn't seem like she's in any position to be worrying about that. You think she might be hiding something? It's possible. Her attitude changed the moment we said we were with the police. Perhaps she was keeping watch over the coast, where the bodies were dumped, waiting to see if someone showed up. Right. I mean, the most recent body is from 6 years ago, and she arrived in town 5 years back. The timing is rather suspicious when you look at it like that. We'd best keep an eye on her. Agreed. Were you able to get her name? Apparently her last name is Tomakawa, but I didn't manage to get her first name. Tomakawa. Why does that name sound so familiar? You've heard it before? I think so, but I can't quite remember where. But I'm a woman who cast off her past long ago. I guess I shouldn't let it bother me. Not this again. Let's leave any time-consuming background checks to Detective Ide. Very well, I'll inform him. Tomakawa. Female. Unknown. Occupation and unknown age. A woman living in Toba. Although she occasionally does work as an Ama diver, it's unclear who she is and where she came from. She apparently showed up in Toba about 5 years ago, with nothing but a grubby wooden box to her name, and has been living there ever since. Okay. So this means that woman might have been marking us since she got here. It's possible. I apologize for not noticing sooner. Even a moment's lapse can expose one to a curse. I was careless, but I won't let it happen again. You can be cursed that easily? That's terrifying. What a world we live in. I showed the sketch of the victim to several townsfolk. However, it would seem that no one here recognized him at all. Unfortunate. I suppose chances are he wasn't from this area to begin with. Guess we'll have to place our hopes on Detective Ide then. You don't suppose we might be working with a bad sketch here? You needn't worry about that. I'm confident in the likeness. It should be a near-perfect match. You're right. I'm sure it's close. Sorry for doubting you. That concludes all the information I gathered from my inquiries. That helps a lot, thanks. Shall I summarize our next steps? Yes, I suppose we need to do something about all this. Let's see. Regarding the unidentified skeleton, until we can identify the victim from the sketch, we have no other leads to move forward. I believe this is best left in Detective Ide's hands. Yes, agreed. And I think the same goes for that Somakawa woman from earlier. We'll have Detective Ide look into her. It's nice to have someone we can rely on, agreed on that end too. In other words, we can safely leave the skeleton case to him for now. Yes, though we should remain vigilant regarding the curse stones. About the Curse of the Raging Waves. Regarding our main objective, or the so-called Curse of the Raging Waves. Without knowing how to lift it, there's not much we can do right now. I don't suppose there's a chance you'd be able to break the curse using brute force. You're quite good at that. It's certainly an option if worse comes to worse, but I can't say I have high hopes if it would work. I guess it would be more realistic to try to find some clues about the whereabouts of your ancestors' keepsake instead. Indeed, it is said that item may hold the key to lifting the curse of the raging waves. But even the location of the map pointing to that keepsake has unfortunately been lost to time. Although the map was said to be hidden inside a model of a mermaid mummy. One rumor says it was sold overseas during the Edo period. Doesn't sound promising. If we can't find it, I guess we're back to trying to break the curse with brute force. But to even consider that route, we need much more intel from the island. Which is why we need to head to Kamishima. And at the very least, advise the locals to evacuate. Yes, hopefully someone of influence there will believe us about the curse of the raging waves. Is something wrong? No, it's just that one of the islanders I spoke with seems to be calling me over. Something may have happened, I'll go find out. Please do. Ma'am. What was it? The The person who called me over shared a new piece of information. They were told to keep it secret, but opened up since we're with the police. Go on. Earlier this morning, down by the shore, they apparently found something that resembled the corpse of a mermaid. A mermaid, really? That same person reported it to a local authority and was immediately ordered to tell no one, not even the police. You're kidding me. That local authority then contacted an unknown individual. Soon after, someone came and secretly retrieved the mermaid corpse. That couldn't be more suspicious, could it? Exactly. They were uneasy about the whole thing, which is why they confided in me. What shall we do? Did they describe what the mermaid looked like? Yes. They said from the head to the shoulders it was human, but below that entirely fish. So it was not the classic mermaid from fairy tales, it would seem. Only the head was human, They also said it was completely dried out, almost mummified. The face was unrecognizable. But they thought it resembled a local ama diver named Kamiko Suma. What? Apparently she went out diving alone this morning and hasn't returned. That's likely what worried the witness the most. That is troubling. Damn it, just what we needed. More things to deal with. First things first, let's deal with this mermaid story. Come on. Got a new one of these things. Alright, let me make a quick save here. Now, do we go back up here, or I think we'll just continue this. The Ise-shima investigation. Yumiko, Shiki, summary of previous events. Mermaid corpse has been discovered on the beach near Ijika town. While Yumiko and her partner are investigating its whereabouts, they run into an important local figure. Fate unknown. Mr. Yamashina, thank you for agreeing to meet with us on such short notice. I understand you're a busy man. Humph. Not like I have much choice when it's some bigwig from the prefectural police badgering me to do so. So you're Shiki from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Security division, was it? Ah, here I thought you were just some housemaid. You sure you're from the police in that getup? Well, I am primarily a housewife by trade, but that's hardly important right now. You're also known as Unkaku Dono, I believe. After hearing so many rumors, it's an honor to make your acquaintance. Rumors, eh? Unkaku Dono. Yoshiatsu Yamashina. Or Yamashina. Yoshiatsu Yamashina, male tycoon, 70 years old. Wealthy tycoon who owns multiple companies and swaths of land, particularly in the Sioux and Ise areas. Born in the Taisho period, unmarried. His family first came into business in the Edo period, traveling from town to town, selling talismans, miscanths, reed hoops, and other items to ward off evil spirits. During the Meiji period, this business expanded into a trading company, and the Yamashina family became prominent contributors to the development of the region. Born to the heir of the Yamashina family business and the daughter of a noble family, Yoshiatsu grew up in an affluent environment. where he received a thorough education tailored to gifted children. Following the end of the war, Yoshiatsu inherited the company assets in his 30s, but was quick to sell off all the shares he owned, using the proceeds to buy and sell real estate and stocks, practice that made him extremely wealthy. After amassing his fortune, he showed a keen interest in investing in ambitious young people, actively mentoring those he took a particular liking to. This approach led to the emergence of many successful businessmen, which included Shinobu Wakamura of Kamishima. Those who have received Yamashina's support view him with both gratitude and a sense of awe bordering on reverence, referring to him as Unkakudono, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. Yamashina has always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as illegal donations, tax evasion, insider trading, media control, all in an effort to garner ever more status and money. In the shadow of the many success stories enabled by his support, many more of his beneficiaries have fallen into bankruptcy or been arrested, fueling endless unsavory rumors about him to this day. Yamashina himself, however, seems to be unconcerned by these rumors, considering anything that does not directly harm him to be beneath his notice. Even as a lifelong bachelor, he has surrounded himself with many followers, both publicly and privately, and has never lacked for anything to satisfy his personal needs. A few years ago, he began to seriously consider the issue of a successor, driven by his determination that his beloved fortune should never fall into the hands of someone untrustworthy. Perhaps for this reason, he began to develop a keen fascination with immortality around the same time, and is said to be secretly investing vast amounts of money into research on the topic. Yes, I hear you've been doing some under-the-table research into immortality. And so what if I am? Well now, I wouldn't have expected you to be such a dreamer, but it does make you just a bit more relatable. Humph, you can laugh all you want. What's it got to do with the police anyway? It seems on this particular occasion, it has quite a bit to do with the police, unfortunately. You don't say. After looking into the corpse of the mermaid found earlier this morning, it seems highly likely that it was taken into the custody of Mr. Yamashina here. He's quite the big shot around here, with plenty of weight to throw around both politically and financially. Of course, all the local police know of him and of his moniker, Unkakudono. We had to get one of the higher-ups to act as an intermediary to even get a meeting with him. Personally, I'm happy as long as we can get the mermaid corpse back from him. Although I certainly won't complain if he can tell us anything about the curse as well. I hear he's quite the curmudgeon, so we'll have to watch our steps when dealing with him. This is Yoshiatsu Yamashina. He's a tycoon with multiple properties and companies to his name, mostly based here in Ise Shima. He has long been rumored of being involved in various shady dealings. Special Investigations has had an eye on him for a while now, but they haven't managed to find any concrete evidence so far. It seems he has a knack for pinning the blame on his subordinates before finding a way to slip away. Needless to say, he and the police are quite familiar with each other by this point. So I don't doubt he has local police chiefs and politicians under his thumb behind the scenes. There's no need for me to get involved in all that. I'll be satisfied as long as I get the information we need from him. Apparently he wears that crested hakama every day, not exactly casual wear for most people. Wearing something like that in this summer heat, that's commitment to keeping up appearances. These splendid gardens all fall within the grounds of Mr. Yamashina's Issei City estate. Part of me wonders why he needs so much space when he doesn't have a family. But I suppose he has an image to maintain. Else here? Oh. Got another mockingbird. A kiting killer. Anything else in the surroundings? Oh. People like Yamashima have a tendency to underestimate me whenever I meet with them alone. Having someone intimidating like Soto with me gets them to take me more seriously. I'm glad he's here with me today. Alright, so we can talk to both of them. I'm amazed we were able to get an appointment with him this quickly. Yes, and all thanks to Detective Ide, it would seem he is quite the capable fellow. I'll get straight to the point. I believe you took a mermaid corpse into your possession this morning. What? That corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We came here to ask you to release it to the police custody. Humph, no idea what you're on about. Of course, you will get something in return. We have some information I'm sure you'll find quite profitable in exchange. Like I said, no idea what you're on about. If that's all you came here for, then scram. Oh, pity. I really thought you'd be interested in what we had to share. Assuming you really are interested in immortality. Well, I suppose we barely know each other. It's only natural that you'd be wary of our intentions. What do you say to a little chat to get to know each other better, Mr. Ukakadono? All we have up our sleeve is information on immortality. I suppose we'll just have to hope he takes the bait. Alright, we'll just go down the line here. I hear you've been putting quite a bit of effort into training up the younger generation recently. What's your take on today's youth? Useless, a lot of them. Bunch of pushovers that have let all this new generation tripe go to their heads. We're the ones who built this country back up after the war, but they're out there strutting around like they own the place. Far too big for their britches. My, what a scathing review. Would our resident member of the new generation like to comment at all? Please don't call me that. I hear you've been searching for a successor, though given your strong opinions on the matter, I take it that you're struggling. Though I can see why that could lead to a desire for immortality. After all, there's no need to cede your legacy to someone else if you can remain at the reins yourself, Humph, that might have been true when I started my research. Oh, I take it that isn't the case now? I'm no spring chicken. The thought of living for hundreds of years like this ain't exactly appealing anymore. Don't see much point in immortality if I'm already long past my prime. Well, that certainly is different from the rumors. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. You have my wholehearted agreement that immortality doesn't necessarily bring happiness, though. Let me clear up one more thing while we're at it. I've already decided on my successor. Oh? Turns out the perfect candidate was right under my nose the entire time. I haven't told them yet, but they're a sharp one. They'll do a fine job. Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. I suppose that would mean that you no longer have any need for immortality then. Humph. Who said I wasn't still interested? It simply has nothing to do with my successor. I still intend on continuing my research for medical advancement, you understand. Think of it as doing my bit for society. You lot are always quick to assume the worst of whatever I do. How about you mind your own business for a change? Well, there's not much we can say to that. We'll try to be more discerning from now on. Okay. I've already chosen my successor, no need to harp on about it anymore. Already written up my will and passed it off to my lawyer. You be sure to let your friends at the police know too. By the way, you're obviously not just some run-of-the-mill cop. Who are you? Why, I believe I mentioned it when I introduced myself. I'm just a simple housewife. Humph, a likely tale. Plus that fellow next to you has got a strange air about him. He's no ordinary person, is he? My, how observant of you. I suppose you could say that, yes. Doesn't take a genius to see it. One of them phony psychic types, are you? Phony? Yeah, haha, hit a nerve, did I? There are far too many of your kind around lately. Cozying up to those in power by feeding them a bunch of nonsense. Liars and cheaters, all of you. You seem to have quite the chip on your shoulder about this, Mr. Yamashina. Humph. Don't know if it's because of this occult craze going around, but I've seen far too many folks get taken in by that tripe. That Wakamura over on Kamashima's one of them. Talk about a waste of potential. Wakamura? Can't say I care much about who you are anymore. You going around with some phony psychic tells me all I need to know. Gahaha. How dare you? Dodo, calm down. He can think what he wants. There is one thing I should warn you about. Eating the flesh of that mermaid you found won't grant you immortality. And what would you know about that? Well, you know, one hears all sorts of things in this day and age. I don't know where it came from, but there seems to be a legend that eating mermaid flesh will grant one immortality. All I wanted to say was that it's just that, a legend. It has no basis in reality at all. How can you be so sure? Just think about it, if that legend were true. Wouldn't it be strange that no confirmed immortals have ever been found? Yeah, who's to say they aren't just living in hiding? The legend of Yaobukuni is passed down in over 100 places across Japan, yet not a single verifiable immortal has even been found to show for it. Do you mean to say all those legends were fake? Please. If even just one of those tales is true, there's always the chance there's an immortal hiding away somewhere. I see. You really are quite the dreamer, aren't you? Humph. I figured you were trying to bluff me out of that mermaid corpse for some reason or other. But now I'm sure of it. That thing is hiding some sort of secret, isn't it? Something you don't want me to find out. So you admit you have the mermaid corpse then? Oh, don't worry. We assumed as much from the start. If I'm not mistaken, that mermaid was in a sort of mummified state, no? I doubt you'll be eating it as it is. Surely there's no harm in handing it over. Humph. You can hog it for yourself. You won't fool me that easily. You don't think that a rare specimen like that ought to be placed in the care of a proper research institute? I'm saying I'll get a specialist research institute to study it. Problem solved. Ugh, I suppose so. I'll make sure that mermaid gets studied properly, don't you worry about that. Okay. By the way, you're quite well connected around these parts, if I'm not mistaken. This doesn't have anything to do with what we came here to talk about. But I was wondering if you happened to recognize the person in this sketch. It seems he lived in the Ise-shima area around 6 years ago. Nope, never seen him. I assume you've heard the news about the old human bones found on the seabed. This is a sketch of one of the victims from that case. You sure you have no idea who it could be? Humph. First I've heard of it, actually. Got no interest in things that have nothing to do with me. Okay. Who might this Wakamura be? Wakamura. He is one of my proteges. He's the one currently in charge over on Kamishima. Used to have high hopes for that one, but that changed when he came under the thrall of some phony sorcerer in Tokyo. A phony sorcerer in Tokyo? You heard right. Since then, there's been no end to his nonsense. Buying properties out in the mountains, changing company names, all because of something this sorcerer whispered in his ear. He even told me the layout of my house was unlucky and tried to get me to renovate the place. Just recently, he was going on about some curse causing a big storm, that sort of rubbish. A storm caused by a curse, you say? Humph. He even said the storm 5 years ago was caused by the same curse. He's been trying to wheedle me into helping him find some way to stop it. But I'm done with him and his ramblings. Man's clearly a lost cause. He'll be coming over here tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking it's time to have someone else take the reins over on Kamishima. I see. So even though you believe in immortality, you refuse to associate with anything to do with the occult. And you do? I figured someone claiming to be a cop would have more sense than that. How are you meant to solve crimes if criminals can just pull out curses left and right? You won't find me disagreeing there. So what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about this curse? Well, if I remember, why don't you go to the Kamishima and ask the man yourself? Maybe we will. Thank you for the information. Is there anything you can tell us about the phony sorcerer this Wakamura is so devoted to? Wakamura went on about how there's some big shot who appeared on television. I never heard of him. As I said, just ask him yourself. Of course, we'll be sure to do so. Perhaps he isn't as fixated on immortality as I thought. That leaves us a rather unfavorable position. How could we approach this now, I wonder? How about this then? If you agree to give up the mermaid, we'll tell you what we know in return. For someone who doesn't seem to believe in the occult, you seem awfully fixated on this mermaid and immortality, which suggests to me you've found something you consider quite conclusive. Bah, what are you on about now? Well, I happen to know a bit more about mermaids than most people. Ma'am, are you sure? It's fine. I had the opportunity to do some research into them a while back, you see. You don't say, and? Well, mermaids do indeed have the ability to grant a human immortality. Ah, I knew it! More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals. So they have a lifespan of 800 years. That's right. As the name suggests, they gain 800 years of remaining life. During this time, they won't age a day, and even if they die, they'll resurrect immediately. Sounds like a real blessing. No, I'm afraid it's anything but. One who defies the very laws of nature like that is no longer human. They're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. As such, our position requires that any such individuals we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible. Indeed, this immortality was originally a curse mermaids placed upon humans. A curse. Immortality is neither a blessing nor salvation for the living. It's a curse that robs them of the ability to die. None of those who have become 800-year immortals have found happiness, not one. It renders living among other humans impossible and makes them an outcast from society. Of course, there are a few years at first when life will be tolerable. But after that, every meeting ends in parting. You outlive whomever you love or are loved by. Even if you find acceptance, it will only be for a time. You will always be shunned eventually. You'll experience this over and over for 800 years. 800 years unable to die, with loneliness as your constant companion. This is why many see no other recourse than a life of monastic seclusion, just as Yao Bikuni did. I suppose that makes sense. Still, there will always be those who seek immortality. Always have, always will be. You think so? I, for one, struggle to see the appeal. In any case, there are also certain conditions that must be met for this curse of immortality to be effective. Eating mermaid's flesh alone isn't enough to make you an 800-year immortal. Oh, and what exactly are these conditions? Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not aware of the specifics there myself. A person who has gained 800-year lifespan after being cursed by a mermaid. Someone who ingests part of the body of a mermaid that meets certain conditions will be cursed and become a being known as an 800-year immortal. Once cursed, the individual's own body is lost, and a provisional body is reconstructed using the parts of the mermaid ingested as a medium. Their soul is then transferred to this provisional body, which they are able to control as if it were their own, with their consciousness presiding over both their soul and body from the head. As such, they could already be considered to be more spirit in nature than human. If the individual is fatally wounded or contracts an illness that results in their death, their body will instantly be restored to its default state, allowing them to revive. In the event they lose any body parts, their heart will treat the largest remaining part of them as their main body, and regenerate any lost parts from there, with the removed parts subsequently vanishing. This even occurs in the event that the lost body part is the head. However, these individuals heal from non-fatal wounds at only a slightly faster rate than their bodies would be capable of naturally. As these people feel physical sensations and pain to the same extent as they would have in their original body, it is extremely difficult to tell whether an individual is an 800-year immortal or not unless they die, even for the individual themselves. The lifespan of this provisional body is 800 years from the time of its creation, due to the individual's original body already being lost. Not even the mermaids responsible for the original curse is able to dispel it. The individual will only see the end of their long life once 800 years have passed. But I can say this much at least. The mummy you have in your possession is no mermaid. Huh? Bullshit. Ain't no way that's anything other than a mermaid. What I mean to say is that mummy is a different being from the mermaids who wield this curse. Not all half-fish, half-human beings are mermaids, you see. In fact, calling them all by the same name is what leads to mishaps like this one. Say what? You mean to tell me that's not a mermaid, that real mermaids are a completely separate thing? That's right, which is why I can say with confidence that eating its flesh won't make you immortal. Humph, seems like you weren't bluffing after all. So what is that thing then? There's gotta be some reason you're after it. I imagine that even if you had it dissected and examined, all results would point to it being just a mass of fibers. In other words, nothing more than a man-made fake. There's a very good reason for that, you see. That mummy is merely the corpse of an average human, twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the forsaken fish. What? Another curse? Another curse wielded by mermaids, as it happens, that would be the remains of someone who died under it. It also happens to be the same curse responsible for the mermaids found every few hundred years or so across the country. You see now why we'd rather you handed the mermaid over to us. The poor soul deserves a proper burial, same as anyone else. Surely even you're not so hard-hearted as to deny them that. Humph. Curses this, curses that, it's all a bunch of hokum, if you ask me. That said, the report I got from the Research Institute earlier said exactly the same thing. Oh my, I take it you already had the mermaid dissected then. They said it was likely a fake, but asked if I wanted them to keep going anyway. I told them to keep at it, but, It should be clear now that you have nothing to gain from researching that corpse, least of all information on immortality. Won't you consider handing it over? Of course, we could always take you in on charges of abandonment and desecration of a corpse. Alright, have it your way. I'm so glad you've come around. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay. I'll give you the damn mermaid, but in exchange I want you to tell me one thing. What is it? You say there are real mermaids out there. Where are these real mermaids hiding then? Second? Okay. Sorry, just had to check a text quick. I suppose you could call it the Eternal World. The Eternal World? Yes, mermaids are not creatures of this world, you see. Their original home is Ryugu, the domain of the sea god. Ryugu, and how do you get there? I'm sorry to say that Ryugu's doors are only open to the dead. Going there is impossible for a living human. Ah, you could claim anything with a fairy tale like that. It all sounds like hook'em. That said, the entrance to Ryugu is said to lie somewhere in the Ise Sea. There have been numerous sightings of mermaids crossing over to this world in the area's long history, which is why Ise Bay has its share of mermaid legends too. Now that you mention it, I have heard one of those stories too. Some old tale about mermaids being found on some long-lost island called Taishima, or the like. What? Wait a moment, where did you hear that story? Aha, caught your interest, have I? Looks like this story has some merit to it after all. I was simply surprised, that's all. It's not a name I've come across in any historical record. Humph. It's just something I heard from one of the young'uns I have out there looking for mermaids. I see. Sounds like you've got a capable young hand. I don't suppose it would be possible to meet with this individual. Nope, not happening. Unless you're willing to spill the beans on everything you know about mermaids, every last bit of info. Maybe, just maybe, I'd consider it then. Clear you're no ordinary housewife after all. Not interested? Then this meeting is over. I'll hand the corpse over to the police as promised. But don't think I've given up on mermaids or immortality. If they really exist, I'll find them and make sure they're mine. Heh. Alright, let's save. That was a lot of chatting. To Ise City we go. Still don't know the date. Hey there, you two. Sorry for calling you out here when you were so busy. I figured it'd be best to give you the rundown on our findings as soon as possible. It's no problem, go ahead. Wondering about my suit, are you? It's just a cheap old thing. Sorry, I don't have anything more presentable. This is one of Ise City's residential districts. Right now the ground is so hot the air around it seems to be shimmering. And what have we here? Oh, this. It's a poster advertising Kamishima. Something about it catch your eye? No, I was just thinking surely it would be better to put it somewhere tourists will actually see it. Oh, good point. Maybe they had some posters left over. Interested in Kamishima, are you? It's a nice place. Great tourist spot too. I recommend it. Despite the heat, Soto looks as unruffled as ever. I do hope he isn't just pretending to be alright. Is there a bird hiding around here? I like to hide them. See any bird? Right. Let's hear what the Detective Ide has to say. A message came in from Detective Ide just as we were about to head to Kamishima, so we stopped by to hear what he had to say. Impressively quick work on his part, to be sure. I just hope he has some good information for us. The poster has a bird on it? I did click the poster, but it didn't have any bird on it. It had the turtle. Alright. So did you manage to meet up with Mr. Yamashina? Yes, thank you again for your help there. It seems he's willing to hand the body over without any fuss. Really? That's great. Still, why would some big shot tycoon go all that way, or go to all that trouble to withhold a body? If everything I've heard is true, you could probably take him in on charges of desecrating a corpse, you know? Or was there something special about that corpse? How observant of you, Detective. I can, of course, explain if you'd like to know more. Wait a second. Is it related to that secret department of yours? I think I'm better off not knowing if so. Oh really? I don't mind bringing you into the fold. Ma'am, please stop trying to rope him into helping us. I've never met the guy, but I hear he's quite the cranky old geezer. How'd your meeting go? I'll bet he was pretty wary of you being with the police, but he didn't try to pick a fight or anything, did he? Ah, well, I'm not sure you could say it went smoothly, but I don't think we upset him, at least. Probably. You, don't sound very sure about that. Oh, right. That's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. So I got all hands on deck to go around asking about that sketch you gave me. And we finally found someone who recognized the victim. Oh, that's great news. The person who recognized him was a housewife in her 20s who lived in Kumano 7 years ago. Apparently the sketch looks like a 19-year-old she knew who left the village to go to the city. So 7 years ago he was 19, no? From the sound of it, the guy had no relatives to speak of. Left the village with nothing but the clothes on his back. She doesn't know what happened to him after that. I see. That would make him a young man with no relatives who left his hometown behind 7 years ago. Did we get a name for our mystery man? Sure did. His name was... Okay. I don't know how to say this name. Kipe Ikoma. Kipe Ikoma. That's what I'm going with. Kipe Ikoma. I looked him up in the residence registry, and it does look like he moved from Kumano to Ise City 7 years ago. But it seems he doesn't live at the place he put as his address anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate. I checked in with the apartment's landlord, and it would seem that about 6 years ago, the landlord had his contract terminated after he failed to both pay his rent and return to his apartment for several months straight. The landlord didn't put out a search request or anything, so that's where the trail ends, I'm afraid. If he went missing 6 years ago, I suppose it wouldn't surprise me if those were his remains. We'll keep looking into Ikoma to see if he was involved in anything that might have led to his murder. Of course, there's always the possibility we've got the wrong guy, so we'll keep asking around just in case. Please do. Toba seabed skeletons, a case in which multiple human skeletons were recovered from a deep fissure on the Toba seabed. The initial estimate indicated that at least 5 bodies had been disposed of there. Following information has not been made available to the public. Victims' identity unclear. All victims are male. Each body is thought to have been disposed of at different times. The most recent body dates to about 6 years ago. Facial sketch of this individual obtained using Soto Kiryu's Dogon ability. Testimonies indicate that the individual in this sketch resembles a youth by the name of Kipe Ikoma, who went missing 6 years ago. He has no known relative. The woman we spoke to said that sketch was really accurate. No doubt in her mind it was Ikoma. Well, well, that accurate. Then I'm sure we've got the right person. Still, how did you even make that sketch? There was nothing left of the victim but bones. Ah, well, let's just say it's classified for now. Right. Guess that means I shouldn't pry any further. Oh yeah, I also looked into that lady you were asking about, Somakawa. Oh yes, did you find anything? Well, it seems she hasn't registered as a resident even though she moved here 5 years ago. And nothing came up for Somakawa in the civil registry either. So I'm afraid I don't have anything on who she is, where she came from. Sorry to disappoint. I see. Is that quite common? Happens. It's not unheard of for folk from the countryside to come here for work and just drift on, with no one really knowing who they are. Apparently it was really common during the post-war growth period. It seems we have quite the mystery woman on our hands. Yep, so there's something I've been wondering about. Oh, let's hear it. A message came in from Detective Ide. Oh yeah, I already read that. You have some idea who she might be? Well, have you heard of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster? It was a big maritime disaster that struck 5 years back. I have, yes. One of the victims of that disaster was an ama diver and housewife from Kamishima by the name of Mare Minakuchi. But it seems her maiden name was Somakawa. So our mystery woman shares a surname with a maritime disaster victim. I'm impressed you managed to dig that up. I was already looking into the Kamishima disaster because of the skeletal remains. It was a happy coincidence, if anything. Oh, you thought they might be related too? I'm glad it wasn't just me. Anyway, it seems like the bodies of those disaster victims were never found in the end, which got me thinking. Wait, are you saying... Yep. I was thinking Mari Minakuchi could have survived the disaster 5 years ago. And you think she then moved to Ijika and started going by her old name of Somakawa again? That's right. What do you think? It seems like a long shot, but maybe. But if that's the case, why would she have stayed in Ijika for 5 whole years without thinking to contact her family? Maybe she lost her memories in the disaster. Right. If she only had her old memories to rely on, it wouldn't be that odd if she went back to using her old name. Surely her appearance would still be the same, though. It is difficult to imagine no one recognizing her for 5 whole years. It's possible she just never ran into anyone she knew. That kind of thing is more likely than you'd think. Oh, speaking of appearances, I found a picture of Mari Minakuchi from a report on the disaster. I haven't met this Somakawa myself, so could you take a look for me and let me know what you think? Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. What do you think, Soto? If she had aged 5 years and grown badly gaunt, I can certainly see how this woman might come to resemble Ms. Somakawa. My thoughts exactly. You agree it's a pretty solid theory? It's certainly worth looking into, yes. If she really is Mari Minakuchi, there's something else that concerns me. Something else? This is just what I've heard. But it seems like the islanders over on Kamishima think this Mari Minakuchi was the cause of the disaster 5 years ago. What? Why would they think that? No idea, but it seems like it's pretty much taken for granted by most of the folks over there. Even just mentioning her name is sort of a taboo. So I was thinking it wouldn't be that odd if she felt she couldn't go back home because of that. Surely not. Seems as good a reason as any why she wouldn't want to come forward anyway. If she really is related to the storm 5 years ago, she has a point of interest regardless of her connection to the skeletal remains. Perhaps it's worth looking into that first. Can I leave talking to Ms. Somikawa to you two then? We'll handle that, yes. Oh, wait. I'm guessing... Here, wait. Is there anything on this poster? No. Think? So people believe this Mari Minakuchi called forth the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago, do they? Didn't expect the curse of the raging waves to come up here of all places. Wait. That's it. I remember now. Sole survivor of Taishima. His surname was Somikawa. There was something else about Somikawa. A wooden box? Surely that'd be too much of a coincidence. Well, that's about all I had to report. Thank you, Detective. That was very informative. As for our next move, did we ask you to keep looking into Ippei Ikoma for us? Roger that. We'll see if we can find Somikawa again and hear what she has to say. Fortunately, it looks like our trip to Kamishima will have to wait until tomorrow. So it seems. Oh, you had business on Kamishima too? That was actually our original reason for coming here, yes. But now we've gotten caught up in all this other troublesome business, so it looks like dealing with that will have to come first. Here I was hoping to get this over with as soon as possible, so I could get back home to my husband. I see. You sure are devoted to your husband. Oh, very much. Though I do worry, as he never eats properly when I'm not around. In any case, please do get in touch if you find anything else of note. Even if it's just something out of the ordinary happening, anything could be of help. Sure, will do. But you're kinda making me worried something might actually happen now. I'd certainly prefer it if it didn't. Anyway, we're counting on you, Detective. Interesting. I'm wondering now if that one girl is a mermaid, the one that we saw, like, the friend profile. Where is she? This girl, Sato. Is she, like, regenerated or whatever? Which was pretty weird. Bad news, ma'am. It seems we were a step too late. What do you mean? It seems someone came and took that Somikawa woman out to sea just a few minutes ago. What? According to the witness, a foreign man came to the port with Ms. Somikawa in tow. They then boarded a motorboat that was moored there and headed out into the bay. It didn't appear to be by force, so we can probably assume they knew each other. A foreign man? Not sure what's going on, but we should probably get a boat and follow just in case. Yes, let's see if... Dodo, what's wrong? Spiritual force, it's overwhelming. My body won't move. What's going on? Hey! That chick, she is the sorceress. That girl over there, is she doing this? You can withstand this curse. You really are quite strong, mister. Sorry, but I can't let you go any further. I'll have to ask you to leave. Uh-oh. I don't know if I can say that word. Oithithikos Numa. Guardian Spirit, grant me the wisdom of the numinous. O high guiding spirit, light my path ahead. It seems like they've saved us the effort of searching for them. So it seems. Let's see if this girl can tell us what we want to know. Who are you? I could ask the same of you. What do you want with Ms. Somakawa? So you know who Ms. Somakawa is, do you? Maybe. What's it to you? Ma'am, this girl's spirit sense is extremely potent, but she lacks experience. She seems hesitant to employ curses against people. If I have an opening, I can use my curse of binding to restrain her. Usually it's too risky to use on ordinary people. That shouldn't apply here. Alright, I certainly wouldn't mind getting some information out of her. This is as good an opportunity as any. I'll see if I can get her to lower her guard. When she wavers, I'll signal for you to use the curse of binding. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan. On your signal. They're just saying this in front of her. Sorry. Sometimes it's just funny to me. It's like, we're telling you our entire plan. I don't know. It's just silly. Use Soto Kiryu's Curse of Binding to restrain your opponent when they let their guard down. Press the Use Curse button to signal to him to use it. You only have 3 chances to use the curse. Okay. How do I do this? Question, appease, threaten, compliment. I'll question her. Can we assume the foreign man who took Ms. Somakawa is a friend of yours then? So what if he is? Why are you trying to follow them? It's no good. She's too wary of us. Ah, shit. Seems I have to press her further before she'll give us an opening. What do you want with Ms. Somakawa? I could say the same to you. You just want the relic for yourselves, don't you? What, you know about the relic? If you know about the relic, I'm afraid we can't let you get away. Get away, I'm the one holding you here. You certainly have remarkable strength for your age. Why, it might even be too much for us. What's with the sudden praise? You're creeping me out. Shit. Okay. Now, there's no need to be so uptight. How about we stop all this and just talk a bit? Not happening. You're just gonna use a curse the moment I drop my focus. If I threaten her. If you know about the relic, I'm afraid we can't let you get away. If you resist anymore, we'll have you taken in for obstruction of public duties. Wait, you're with the police? She isn't letting her guard down. Sorry, Soto, this is our last chance. I don't know. Give up? Maybe I just give up. We'd rather not be heavy-handed about this either. Let's calm down and find some other way to resolve this, Sorry, but that won't work on me. I'm at a rebellious age, you see. Okay. Despite appearances, yes, defying us could net you quite the heavy punishment. I see. You must be from Paranormal Affairs. Then I definitely can't do what you say. What? You have quite some nerve standing up to us despite knowing where we're from. Don't think you'll get off lightly for this. Threatening me won't get you anywhere. You can't arrest me unless it's an emergency, right? Even knowing we're from Paranormal Affairs, you kept a straight face and hid your ties. I can tell you're both bold and smart. Thanks, I guess. Will you give up now? You're also with Paranormal Affairs, then? Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. I suppose this is the trouble with secret departments. Not even their own members recognize each other. What a bother. I'll just give up and see what happens. Alright, we'll back off and leave you be. How does that sound? You're just trying to get me to drop my guard, aren't you? Not happening. Ugh. I don't know. I don't know which one to do. So we're both from Paranormal Affairs, are we? Let's talk. Perhaps there's some way we can help. I told you. I don't know what you're talking about. It's none of your business anyway. So you're with Paranormal Affairs, but you need the relic yourself. You're unwilling to cooperate with us. Am I correct? If that's what you think. And you give up already? Alright, I understand where you're coming from. We won't intervene anymore. Toto, you can stop now. Ma'am? Really? Thanks. Do it. Oh, we're such dicks. We're such dicks. Ah, you grown-ups and your dirty tricks. You did well to be cautious of us, but I'm afraid this is how grown-ups get things done. This is how assholes get things done. No honor. No honor at all. Now will you tell us what you're up to here? Ugh. Well, I suppose I've slowed you down enough. You'll never catch up to the boat now. Placus Asteri, guide my path, and with thy merciful hand uphold me. What? She broke the binding. Bye-bye. Confound it. Stop right there. Looks like she's given us the slip. I doubt we'll be able to catch her now. Still, I'm going to have a word with Paranormal Affairs about that girl. Oof. I did it. We beat the curse fight battle thing. That was a bit, I was nervous that I was not gonna beat that for a bit. I put in a call to Paranormal Affairs about your errant young lady just now. I see. I assume she's indeed affiliated with them. Yes, it seems her name is Circe Lunarlight. She's an exorcist from England who has come here on exchange. Part of her spiritual training, as I understand. The Lunarlight family? I see. Oh, are they well known? I've heard of them, yes. They're a distinguished family of exorcists. Quite an old one, too. It would certainly explain the strength of her spirit sense. Right. In any case, it seems she's in the care of Paranormal Affairs while she's in Japan. Honestly, I do wish they'd tell us these things in advance. What is she doing here in my prefecture? Well, it seems like Paranormal Affairs isn't sure what she is up to. They've been looking for her. From the sounds of things, she has been skipping her training assignments to travel around Japan, visiting all sorts of spiritual spots instead. It doesn't seem like they're keeping an eye on her at all. Unfortunately not. They asked me to tell her to return to Tokyo at once when we next see her. I see. More work for us then. Yes, the things we find ourselves caught up in. She seemed to know about Somikawa too. I've got a bad feeling about all this. Shall we try looking for her? I imagine she's still in the area. No, not now. If all that is true, I doubt she'll be looking to cause too much trouble. Besides, I'm sure we'll run into each other again eventually. Well, I think that's enough trouble for one day. Let's call it a day. We'll head for Kamishima first thing tomorrow. Understood. Alright. I got another bird. Gonna make a save. And as much as I would love to continue, I need to be done in about 30 minutes, and if I start another section, I don't know if we'll be done in 30 minutes. So I think we'll call it there, and we'll play more tomorrow, and I'll rest up my voice for tomorrow, so hopefully it lasts through tomorrow's stream. I'm really enjoying this. I want to keep going. The story is so good and so interesting and intriguing. But yeah, I should probably stop here for now, for today. So, thank you everyone who hung out today. I hope you guys enjoyed the story of the Paranormasight, the Mermaid's Curse. I'm really enjoying this. Like, man, I just want to keep going. I want to binge this thing. But I will be patient, and we will continue. We'll save some for tomorrow, and continue with the story. But we managed to get quite a bit of kind of everybody's story, and we met some new characters, which is cool. And we had a curse battle, and I ended up winning the curse battle. First try, let's go. Didn't die. So, yeah. Thank you so much, everyone who hung out. As always, if you didn't catch the beginning of this and you want to, it's on my YouTube channel, and I also have a Discord channel that you guys are welcome to check out. Either or both of those if you want to help support the stream more, or if you just want to keep in the know and know what's going on with me, because my schedule is a bit janky, I realize, because I just moved and I'm still dealing with figuring out work scheduling and all this other stuff, so yeah. But thank you so much everyone who hung out today. I hope you guys had a blast as I did. Let me see if I can find someone to drop you all off at. I'm guessing AP might be live today, because he was... Yeah, he is. He's working on some Path of Exile stuff. He and Guyseps are playing together. So I think we're gonna just drop you guys off at his place today, because he has been going hard, and I want to give him some of our love and support. So also, if you guys were chilling on the YouTube stream, thank you so much for the lurks and hanging out. Appreciate you guys. Much love. I'm giving a little heart thingy with my hands, but you can't see it. Alright guys, I love your butts. I will see you all tomorrow. Go say hi to AP, and yeah, if I don't catch you tomorrow, have an awesome rest of your week and a good weekend. And I love your butts. Thank you so much. It was really good to see a lot of you guys back again. So yeah. Alright guys. See you tomorrow. Bye bye!
Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Go home, Joe. All the way. Good boy. Goodbye, Joe.
Looking for projectile. Tay! Thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you. Hey, thank you very much. How was stream? What are you up to? We are. Fortunately and unfortunately. Might be able to get 2 dip for this. Actually, technically a DPS increase.